Okay. Yeah, I have a hard time with that for some reason. I'm camera bashful. I was always told I had a face for radio, not TV.
Cowboys are Big 12 tournament champs.
From Arlington, Texas, it's a third and final game of our triple header from the Shriners Children's College Showdown. Tonight, it's a renewal of a former Big 12 conference rivalry as the Oklahoma State Cowboys take on the Texas Longhorns. So far, the weekend has been a split for both teams. Tonight, they play for a winning weekend to start their respective 2025 seasons. Good evening and welcome inside Globe Life Field alongside Ty Harrington. I'm Brent Freeman. At time, both teams feeling really good after big wins yesterday. Oklahoma State 12-3 winners over Louisville. Texas a run rule over Ole Miss. Both lineups can really get after it.
Look, they're really talented offensive lineups. Elite type offense, big swings, take their walks, everything you got to be offensive. Both these teams have the abilities. Now tonight, somebody's going home with bragging rights in an old Big 12 rivalry.
Speaking of lineups, now we take a look at Oklahoma State's lineup for head coach Josh Holliday. The Cowboys lineup presented by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. Order 1 through 9 for the Cowboys here today. Avery Ortiz, 2 homers so far this week, and leading off for Oklahoma State today. He'll be followed by Aiden Miola and Nolan Schubert. Then Jason Jones, Colin Brigham, who hit a go-ahead grand slam yesterday for the Cowboys. Then Ian Doherty, bottom third of the order. Donovan LaSalle, Brock Thompson, and Braden Smith for Oklahoma State. And the pitcher the Cowboys are facing is Cade Bing, making his Longhorns debut a year ago at McClendon Community College. 16 appearances, more than 70 innings of work. He won 9 games to check out that strikeout to walk ratio tie, 75-12.
Strike throwing machine. I want to tell you what, when you start looking at that 70 innings pitch, 12 walks all year long, and just how impressive his command in the strike zone, which is why he's earned his way out there for the third starter in this weekend.
Take a look at the defense behind him here tonight in what is the final game of the Shriners Children's College Showdown. Tommy Farmer, Will Gasparino, Max Ballou in the outfield for Texas. In the infield, Adrian Rodriguez at third, Jalen Flores at short, Ethan Mendoza at second base, Kimball Schuster at first, and the catcher is Rylan Galvan for Texas.
You know, Brent,
the head coach for the Longhorns, Jim Schlossnagle.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You know what? That one of the few teams this weekend, Texas is, where they've stayed with the same lineup, just mixed it up in the order, but the same personnel.
Jim Schlossnagle, of course, in his first season at Texas, got his first win as Longhorns head coach last night of the 10-0 run rule over Ole Miss. Head coach for the Cowboys now in his 13th season, Josh Holliday. Second in program history and career wins, more than 440 in his illustrious Cowboys career. Former Big 12 Conference Coach of the Year back in 2014. His team lost opening day to Clemson. Bounced back with a 12-3 win yesterday over the Louisville Cardinals and playing for a winning weekend here tonight. Interesting about that game against Louisville last night for the Cowboys. They trailed 3-0. It was a Brigham go-ahead grand slam that sparked a run of 12 straight unanswered runs for the Cowboys as Avery Ortiz climbs into the box for Oklahoma State. Ortiz 3 for 8 so far this weekend with those 2 home runs, a couple of solo shots for the Cowboys shortstop out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And the first pitch from Cade Bing hits Ortiz. 1 pitch in and a base runner for the Cowboys.
Well, not exactly what you would think was going to be the first pitch out of Bing's hand, since his command has been always his thing, but tries to go with a inside fastball and just pulls it back across. Ortiz, being a good leadoff hitter, doesn't move much, takes it off the thigh and takes his 90 feet.
Brings up Aiden Miola, hitless so far. 4 strikeouts at the Shriners Children's College Showdown. Swings and drives 1 to left. Tommy Farmer tracks it down for Texas for the first out of the game.
I'll tell you what, Brent, that ball was hit well. Farmer does a good job because it's hit right at him and it's tailing just a little bit away from him. He's got to keep his feet underneath him. Right-handed swing, a little bit of a hook spin on it when it gets out to Farmer. But he does a good job of staying with it and making the catch.
A runner on, 1 out. That'll bring up Nolan Schubert. Schubert, a great weekend so far. 4 hits, 2 of them doubles. Has driven in 5 for the Cowboys. The junior out of Durand, Michigan. A second-team All-American last year for Oklahoma State. And Schubert takes the first pitch for ball 1. Nolan Schubert led the Big 12 at homers at RBIs a year ago, also on base percentage and slugging. He's the 13th player in program history to earn multiple All-American honors. Big rip. And able to connect on the fastball from Bing, and the count evens to the ball and a strike.
Man, you could almost feel the breeze off of that swing all the way up here. It was a big swing. Just underneath it, you can see where he generates so much power from.
That time Bing came back with a changeup. And Schubert out in front. The 1-2's grounded to first. Schuster to the bag, throws back to second. The tag not there for Flores. Schubert retired as Ortiz advances to second base, and now there's 2 outs.
Yeah, Schuster's in between right here. It's a ground ball right back to him. He's coming off the bag. He's got to make a decision. Am I going to go to second with it? But it takes him back towards the bag a little bit. Steps to the inside. Throws it over to Flores. Maybe hoping at that point that Ortiz slides through the bag, Brent. But he takes the out. And now they're 1 out away from getting out of the inning.
Here's Jason Jones. 4 hits, a homer, and 4 unscored this weekend. The former Arkansas Razorback. Now his first year Stillwater. Gets away from Galvan, but Ortiz will stay put at second base.
Ortiz might have would have risked that with 1 out, but with 2 outs, you don't want to make that 3rd out at third base. He's already in scoring position, so you certainly don't want to run into an out with Jones at the plate.
Two balls, no strikes. Jones, the DH for the Cowboys here today, hitting in the cleanup spot for Oklahoma State. Colin Brigham awaits on deck. This Cowboys program coming off its 3rd straight 41 season from a year ago. They won 42 games last year. Hosting a regional for a 2nd straight season in Stillwater. Swinging on 3-0, and it's fouled away for strike 1.
Yeah, I like it. If I'm Oklahoma State, you know you got a strike thrower on the mound. Doesn't like to walk people. Got a runner in scoring position early in the game. Set an offensive, aggressive tone for yourself. You got a guy you trust at the plate with a good hitter and has a chance to hit an extra base hit, even a homer at times. And so I like the aggressiveness.
He'll take a walk. Second free ticket allowed by Cade Bing in the inning. 2 on, 2 outs now for Colin Brigham. Brigham again, one of the biggest hits of the weekend. Came yesterday against Louisville. Cowboys were getting shut out against the Cardinals. They were down 3-0. When Brigham teed off for a grand slam to put the Cowboys ahead, it sparked a huge rally as Oklahoma State wound up beating the Cardinals 12-3. Swung on and fouled away for strike 1. Take a look at the grand slam for Brigham yesterday against Louisville. This is the Cowboys down 3-0. And Brigham with one swing put Oklahoma State on top.
And I tell you what, that breaker ran back into him. He got that barrel inside of it and flushed that ball out to right field. What a big time swing.
Takes a strike, and the count runs to 0-2. Brigham had a career high 14 homers a year ago for the Cowboys, driving in 50. And really produced in Big 12 play. 8 of his home runs came in Big 12 play, 31 of his 50 RBI coming against conference pitching.
And that's a very relevant stat when you start talking about how good the Big 12 was and is every year, that when you're hitting almost double-digit home runs inside your league, that starts to tell you about you being a premier hitter with power.
The 1-2. That hits Brigham. Second hit batter of the inning, and the Cowboys have loaded the bases without a hit.
Well, I mean, look, he's a strike thrower. We all know that's the book on him. Maybe he's just a little bit amped up. Looked like he was trying to throw a changeup. It just kind of came out of his hand a little bit too soon. Wasn't able to hang on to it long enough to drive through the strike zone with it or try to bury it over on the opposite side of the plate. But you got to keep reminding yourself when you're pitching in this situation, you're one pitch away from getting out of it.
And here comes the visit with Max Weiner, the Longhorns pitching coach.
Brand, that's been a lot of positive, really positive conversation throughout college baseball about the job Coach Weiner did at A&M a year ago, taking that staff from 2 years ago and transforming it into dominating the strike zone, which is a phrase he loves to use, and kind of the way they think, the way they look at it from the mound, and trying to dominate the strike zone. And he's a tremendous communicator with his pitchers. Ton of data, ton of information, but all that's no good if you can't communicate it. And when you watch the pitchers around that young man, they gravitate to him with his information and the way he treats them and his positivity around him.
Already some activity stirring in Longhorns bullpen. Out of the plate, Ian Doherty. Avery Ortiz, Jason Jones, Colin Brigham, all on base for Oklahoma State. And Doherty takes a strike on the outer half. Couple of hits for Doherty this weekend. Both have been doubles. He's driven in 2. Has reached base 4 times to start the 2025 season. Swung on to center field. That's a base hit for Doherty. The Cowboys strike first for a pair of runs. It's 2-0 Oklahoma State.
Doherty does a good job of looking for something middle away. Coming out of Bing's left-handed side, and he does. He gets a pitch out there. He can get the barrel to right back up the middle. A good-looking swing. Well, I tell you, it's tough when you give, and I think we're going to see a pitching change. It's tough when you give free bases up to a team that is as offensive as this Cowboy team is.
All those free passes, 2 hit batters and a walk, come back to bite Bing, and that's it for his Longhorn debut. Doherty with a 2-run single, 4 RBI this weekend now for the Cowboys catcher. And that's it for Cade Bing. 6 batters have come to the plates. 2 runs are in. And a new pitcher coming in for Texas. Max Grubbs out of the bullpen for the Longhorns. It has 2 base runners and a 2-0 deficit as the Cowboys have struck first in Arlington. Max Grubbs out of the bullpen onto the mound now for Texas. A year ago, more than 70 innings of work, 3.67 ERA, 50 strikeouts in those 73 2/3 innings. Was named honorable mention All Big 12 a year ago. Comes into the game with Texas down 2-0. Ian Doherty moments ago tie a big 2-run base hit.
Yep, big time hit for Doherty right there. When you get some free bases, you always want offensively to take advantage of them as much as you can, and he did. And now Grubbs comes into the game, similar MO. That you look at that 18 walks and 73 innings, is going to indicate and tell you he's a strike thrower. Tries to work on both sides of the plate. The fastball slider change. He's got good stuff, occasional two-seamers as well to create ground ball action.
Coming up now, Donovan LaSalle. One hit though so far this week, and it came opening day against Clemson. It was a home run for LaSalle. That's here with 2 on and 2 out. Cowboys have been a good 2-out hitting team this weekend. That hit for Doherty, the 9th 2-out hit for Oklahoma State here in Arlington.
Those 2-out hits and 2-strike hits are often deciders in games.
Breaking ball that misses against LaSalle, evens the count of ball and a strike. And that ball grounded to third. Rodriguez will go to third base for the force play to end the inning. But the Cowboys have struck first. Ian Doherty, a 2-run single for the Cowboys. It's Oklahoma State on top early against Texas, with the Longhorns coming to bat for the first time. After this on Flow College.
Possibility. At Shriners Children's, we deliver healing to kids with critical burn injuries, like game-changing advances in regenerative medicine and creating the highest standard of care. We never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs, proving time and again what's possible by empowering the extraordinary. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Possible Missions and their dedicated Amegy business banker work together to put the us in business banking by sharing the same values both in the office and out in the community. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy business banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing with comprehensive financing options, earned interest on your accounts, and yes, by being a true community partner. Here we collaborate. Here you grow.
Now look at the batting order for the Texas Longhorns, presented by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. Kimball Schuster, Adrian Rodriguez, Tommy Farmer, top third for Texas. Max Ballou, Will Gasparino, Jalen Flores in the heart of the order. Bottom third, Cole Chamberlain, Rylan Galfard, and Ethan Mendoza for head coach Jim Schlossnagel. They'll be facing Hunter Watkins on the mound today for Oklahoma State. Watkins, a first-year transfer from Grand Canyon, 18 appearances last year, 47 innings of work, started 4 games for Grand Canyon as a freshman, 47 strikeouts in those 47 innings a year ago. And now the Oklahoma State defense in the outfield, Donovan LaSalle in left, Braden Smith in center, Nolan Stewart in rights, Aiden Miola, Avery Ortiz, left side of the infield defense, Brock Thompson, Colin Brigham on the right, and the catcher is Ian Doherty. Leadoff man for Texas, Kimball Schuster steps in. And the first pitch outside for ball 1. Schuster 2 for 9 with a double. And an RBI so far this weekend. Takes a strike from Watkins. Swung on, and that's going to drift foul. Count for Schuster goes to 1-2. Big numbers a year ago for Schuster. Hit .343, 10 homers for Texas, drove in 30. Got out to a really hot start a year ago, opened last season on a 13-game hitting streak. This after missing all of the previous season for Texas.
Now, he came off and bounced off of an injury from the year before and had a really productive, obviously, batting average percentage and on-base percentage for the Longhorns last year. And now, Brand, he's made the transition. You know, he was a catcher, and he's made the transition over to first base and has handled it really well. Has made some really good plays this weekend already.
And the 2-2. Up the middle, knocked down by Watkins. Under first base in time for out number 1.
Pretty good play right here by Watkins. Ball hit right back to him in a hurry. Ball was touched pretty good. Hits him on the gloves, bounces off of him, doesn't panic. We'll get another look at it right here. Watch it right back to him. Bounces off. Like I just mentioned, no panic to him. Reaches over, picks it up, takes his time, sets his feet. Makes a good throw to first base.
Nobody on, one away for Adrian Rodriguez. He's homer this weekend. Drives one to right here. Schubert going back. He looks, and for the second time this weekend, Rodriguez goes deep.
This young man is such a good-looking young hitter. Saw him in the alumni game, hit a ball the other way for a homer. We've seen him, after a rough start in game 1, deliver a homer in the 10th to give the Horns a chance in the opening game. What a short swing. I'll tell you, that ball's in tight on him. He crawls that barrel in there in between it. I mean, drives it out to right field.
Cuts the Oklahoma State lead at half. Now 2-1 as Tommy Farmer bats for Texas. The other homer for Rodriguez came in the 10th inning against Louisville on Friday. Longhorns, though, unable to hold on to that lead as Louisville came back to walk off and beat Texas to open up the tournament. Texas, though, a bounce-back win last night, 10-0 over Ole Miss. Had that huge 7-run fourth inning, but maybe one of the bigger stories, Ty, was the pitching by Luke Harrison.
Wow, he was dynamite last night. Command of his emotions, command of his fastball, his breaker, his changeup. Really reminiscent of his freshman year when they used him in so many different ways and so successful, and then coming off of an injury, he was good last night.
Watkins strikes out Farmer. First strikeout of the game for the Cowboys right-hander, and now 2 outs in the inning.
A peek of that slider, starts on the outer half, just keeps running away from him. He runs out of bat, not able to foul it off. A good pitch.
Brings up Max Ballou. Ballou 4 hits to open up the season. Homered last night against the Rebels.
Immediately, Oklahoma State going to a pull side shift. Second baseman, shallow right field, trying to protect the right side of the field.
Brock Thompson, the second baseman for the Cowboys, playing in shallow right now for OSU. That'll run the count to 3-0. Max Ballou, the junior from Aledo, Texas, the reigning Big 12 Conference Player of the Year. Drills this one to center. Braden Smith retreating, looking, gone. Max Ballou goes deep for a second time this weekend, and this game is tied.
Well, he just showed you why he was a Big 12 player, Offensive Player of the Year last year. This ball is center cut, and I mean, he gets the barrel right squared up to it. And that's not, this is a line drive out to center field, right just left of the 407 mark in center field. That ball doesn't get a whole lot higher than fence high all the way out, showing off his power. And just like that, we've got a tie game.
For the Longhorns, now 5 home runs this weekend. Gasparino with a ground ball to third. Miola, long throw, is on target and in time to end the inning. Each team scoring twice in the first inning. It's 2-2 going to the second. After this, we'll be joined by Longhorns head coach Jim Schlossnagle on Flow College.
Your piece of land demands the very best equipment. Kubota equipment. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. with professional grade mowers, versatile sidekick utility vehicles, and compact tractors that get it done right. All backed by unmatched dealer support. Talk to your dealer today to schedule a demo.
Elevate your ballpark experience with a tour of Globe Life Field and experience the home of the Texas Rangers like never before. Go behind the scenes and explore premium spaces, unique club settings, luxury suites, and more. Along the way, you'll discover rich history, impressive architecture, and fun photo opportunities around every corner. Globe Life Field's many tour offerings are sure to take your ballpark visit to the next level. For more information and to book your experience, visit globelifefield.com.
And welcome back to Arlington. Now time for a coach's interview presented by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. We're joined by Longhorns head coach Jim Schlossnagle. He's got a couple of home runs in the bottom of the first inning, Coach. What'd you make of those 2 swings from Rodriguez and Ballou?
Yeah, pretty awesome. I love it when we take one swing and score points. That's really cool. But yeah, it was good to bounce back after a tough first inning.
Jim, you were at the beginning of the conversation, if I'm not mistaken, about the origination of this tournament, right? Between you and Sean Decker and Jared Strom. Take us through how this all began.
Yeah, I think it probably was 2018 or 19 when I was at TCU. And Sean and Jared came over to my office one day, and as they were building the ballpark, and they explained their vision of what they wanted this ballpark to be beyond just the Ranger games. And they wanted to help college baseball. They wanted to help amateur baseball. As you know, there's a lot of high school baseball played in here, college baseball at all levels. And so they wanted to kick it off with a Big 12 SEC challenge. And they asked me to get on the phone and recruit the teams. And really the credit goes to those 2 guys, because they've done such a great job of how they treat the players. You know, when a lot of times, Ty, as you know, you go to a pro park and they treat you, like you've never been on a baseball field before. And here, they treat you like a big leaguer.
Coach, we brought this up last night. I have to ask, what is it like for you to be reunited with athletic director Chris Del Conte now?
Yeah, it's great. Chris is a very dear friend, and we, worked together at TCU for 8. He was there for 8 of my 18 years. Went to Omaha 5 times. And it's always nice to work with someone that you've had history with and you can trust. And in the time in college athletics where everything's very uncertain, there's no such thing as certain, but that kind of relationship is, makes a coach feel pretty good.
Coach, thank you so much, and best of luck the rest of the night.
All right, thanks. Hook 'em.
That's Longhorns head coach Jim Schlossnagle. 2-2 game in the top of the second inning. Cowboys got a 2-run single from Ian Doherty in the top of the first. Longhorns solo homers from Adrian Rodriguez and Max Blue to tie the game. Braden Smith batting for the Cowboys. Sharp ground ball. It's going to get through for a base hit. A 1-out single will bring us back to the top of Oklahoma State's order.
I'll tell you, it's a well-balanced order. I mean, you remember Coach Holliday in the pre-tournament discussions talking about and using the words multiple times, elite lineup. And you use that, and you know that you've got confidence in the guys that you're going to put out there to go up to home plate and take their swings.
Avery Ortiz takes a pitch low from Grubbs. Count even at a ball and a strike. Ortiz got hit by pitch by Cade Bing. Later came over to score on that Doherty base hit. A swing and a miss on the breaking ball, even if it's a count at 1-1. That's in there for a strike.
Grubbs is doing what he does. I mean, he's a strike thrower, and as a hitter, you know that too, right? You know you like that if you're an aggressive hitter, knowing he's going to be around the strike zone. It's just a matter of he's on the edges or in the middle of the plate.
And our first base umpire, Andrew Fulton, is going to say that Ortiz went around. That's a strikeout for Grubbs, his first. 2 outs in the inning.
Well, just talking about going to the edge right here. This ball is just off the plate. Good-looking slider, gets that barrel to move. Can't hold back on it enough. First base umpire thinks that he went around, and he did. For strike 3.
Brings up Aiden Miola. Nice looking breaking ball there from Grubbs for a strike as he faces Miola, the senior from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Honorable mention All Big 12 a year ago. Pops it up. Into right, Max Blue coming in. He'll call off Mendoza and make the catch to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the second here from Arlington, tied 2-2 between Texas and Oklahoma State from the Shriners Children's College Showdown.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. Where delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
There's an old saying, everything's bigger in Texas. Well, let's just say, IndyCar is about to go to a whole nother level. Get ready, Arlington. This is where history is made and champions are born.
6 remarkable kids have each teamed up with a participating university for the Shriners Children's College Showdown Team Fundraising Challenge. All weekend long, teams will compete to see which fan base can raise the most money in support of Shriners Children's. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit ShrinersShowdown.com to donate in honor of your favorite team today. With her last night.
I mean, on top of it being such a great college baseball tournament and setting. There's meaning behind it. There's purpose behind it. There's information behind it, learning behind it. It's just so many things that combine to make this such an unreal event.
We head to the bottom of the second in a 2-2 game. Jalen Flores leading off the inning here for Texas. Flores so far this weekend 2 for 7 with an RBI and a couple of runs scored. Coming off a big season from last year for the Longhorns, named a third-team All-American. Count evens, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, and you know, you moving down in the order to, sometimes you do that to some of your better hitters just because they feel like they got to do something every time, and bring him down, let him catch his breath. Have some guys above him that have swung the bat. And it's not a demotion. It's just, hey, catch your breath a little bit. This guy, we all know how elite this young man is and how great a shortstop he is and how many games and game-winning he had a year ago for the Longhorns.
Fastball that misses. Cap 3-1 to Flores.
You can kind of hear one side of the crowd hollering, where is it? And the other side of the crowd cheering that it was off the plate.
It's a foul ball that gets out of play. It fills the count rather at 3-2. Jalen Flores grew up not too far outside of the 40 acres from San Antonio, Texas. Full count pitch.
Draw a big circle, 60-mile circle around that San Antonio area. You could fill up a really good college baseball team, and the quality of high school coaches, summer league coaches in that area, really good.
Ground ball to short, backhanded by Ortiz, and the throw not scooped out by Brigham, and Flores is going to reach. Leadoff man is on for Texas here in the second.
Well, he makes a good play to the backhand side, and it is a tough play. Now, with Flores getting down the line, he's a good enough runner and a good runner. Seeing backhand the ball, gets his right foot underneath him to make a strong throw. Just not able to come up. Brigham not able to come up with a scoop over at first base. Now you got the leadoff hitter on for the Longhorns here in the second.
Scored as an E6 against Ortiz. Now to the plate, the DH, Cole Chamberlain.
You know, you're taught when you go to a backhand side to the deeper part of shortstop that when you get your right foot down, you got to aim a little higher. That time he tried to just air it out on a line and wasn't able to get it all the way there.
Chamberlain, the DH, making his first start as a Longhorn here tonight. Freshman from California takes a pitch out of the zone from Watkins to even the count.
They were showing Ortiz just a second ago. All the good infielders, Brent, if they make a mistake, they want the next one hit to them. They want the very next ground ball to come right back to them.
This Longhorn program won 36 games their final year in the Big 12 a year ago. Made it to the College Station Regional. Swing and a miss by Chamberlain, runs the count to 1-2. Texas offensively, 2 homers in this game already, a couple of solo shots. The home run ball, a big part of the offense last year. Texas averaged 1.86 homers a game last season, the best mark in team history.
Yeah, there were times that they were, as a lineup, were just hot as they could be, and home runs became a big part of their offense. Obviously, you just stated, and a lot of late inning home runs as well. I mean, look, sometimes when you get late in the game, tensions get high, you try to overswing, and they did a really good job of finding pitches they could drive and hitting some really big homers late in games to win games.
Swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Watkins, and 1 away here in the second.
They may get another look at this. This is a slower looking breaker on the outer half. It's trying to go in. It stays out away from him. Well, more of a 12-6 moving breaker, meaning up to down. Tell you what, hard to catch up with your barrel with that one. It's got that much drop and movement to it.
Now Rylan Galvan for Texas, 2 for 7 this weekend with a couple of runs batted in. Batting 8th in the order for Jim Schlossnagle tonight. Mentioned last year being Texas's final in the Big 12. They spent 28 seasons in that conference.
You know, I'd forgotten it had been that long. I mean, when I was there, we were in the Southwest Conference, and Oklahoma State was in the Big 8. And more times than not, when we played, or when Texas played against Oklahoma State, it was in Omaha. I mean, look, Gary Ward and Tom Holliday were taking those teams to Omaha, seemed like every year, may have been every year back in the 80s. And it became a really, really fun rivalry by sheer being in Omaha as much as anywhere else, because they were 2 different conferences. And great competition between both programs. You can see Daugherty right there pointing to first base, telling him to throw it over there. He just starts pointing to first base. I don't know if he couldn't see the pitch, wasn't able to pick it up on his pitch coming as you see him looking down at his deal, and he just starts pointing.
That goes off of Watkins, and the Cowboys don't have a play. Galvan reaches on a sharp ground ball hit right back up the middle. 2 on now for Texas here in the second.
You know what, Brant, that's similar to the you get last night. You remember he had the 2 RBI single up the middle. It was higher, but was from the same location, middle of the plate. Does a good job of staying on it, staying through it, drives that ball right back through the middle of the field.
Now they're checking on Watkins to make sure he's okay. Team trainer out there for Oklahoma State.
It looks like he's going to be fine. I mean, that's a tall target out there, too.
Watkins standing at 6'9".
Yeah, I mean, it's like he could double as a post on a basketball team. Ow, ouch. I got him pretty good, too.
Right in the upper thigh.
He's going to have a pretty good size bruise mark tomorrow morning when he wakes up.
2 on, 1 away. And now the 9-hole hitter for Texas, Ethan Mendoza. Takes a fastball upstairs for ball 1. First-year transfer to this Texas program from Arizona State. And he looked good as a freshman a year ago as a Sun Devil.
Yeah, he sure did. He played well a year ago in this tournament. You know, I think the first time we saw him was against A&M, if I remember right. And Coach Schlossnagle coaching at A&M at the time. But he had a great weekend a year ago here.
Nice slider there from Watkins for strike 2.
He landed on some balls last night as well. A couple of right field and a pull side. You can see that slider stays out there, catches the edge of the strike box at 84 miles an hour.
Swing and a miss. Came back with the slider again. Mendoza down on strikes. Now 2 outs, and that's a third strikeout for Watkins.
Well, he starts that slider in a similar area. Starts it, you know, outside part of the plate. This time's got a little bit more run to it. Just runs away from him. Doesn't have enough bat to get to it.
And back to the top with the Longhorn order to Kimball Schuessler. Swings the first pitch. Pops it up in the infield. Thompson from second secures it to end the inning. 2 innings in the books here from Arlington. Texas, Oklahoma State tied at 2 in this renewal of a Big 12 conference rivalry. We head to the top of the third after this on Flow College.
Bowman Engineering and Consulting and their dedicated Amagi business banker worked together to put the us in business banking, which included the occasional lunch meeting. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amagi business banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing. With comprehensive financing options, earned interest on your accounts, and yes, planning sessions whenever you need them. Here we collaborate. Here you grow.
Arlington, the Renegades are going full throttle this spring when the UFL returns.
What a catch!
Get ready for more action-packed football and unforgettable experiences at Choctaw Stadium.
That is something special right there.
Renegades, mount up and get your tickets today.
Is looking for contact here, trying to force a play.
Puts the bunt down. Here's a squeeze, and the Cowboys win it. The marathon in Arlington is over. In 14 innings, Oklahoma State beats Arkansas 2-1.
Oh man, what a gutsy call by Josh Holliday and the Cowboys on a 2-strike pitch. That's when they put the squeeze on.
What a moment a year ago here in Arlington. A suicide squeeze to walk off and beat Arkansas in a 14-inning marathon.
I was laying on my couch and jumped up when I saw what was going on and what he called. And, you know, he had a tremendous explanation of what was going through his mind and the reasoning behind it. But certainly was, you know, for a lot of people out there and coaches, a risky play. But trust and believes in the player in the moment, what it was and how it happened, and it certainly worked out for the best for him in what was an unreal baseball game that night.
A game won by the Cowboys over the Arkansas Razorbacks as we head now to the top of the third inning here. Nolan Schubert leading off for Oklahoma State, the heart of the order batting here for the Cowboys, and they're facing a new pitcher, Dylan Volantis, the freshman from Thousand Oaks, California. Into the game now for Texas.
Another one of those young arms, freshman players for Texas, just arrived on campus back in the fall. It's a 90-plus fastball from a tall frame, big sweeping breaking ball. Has good command. And as you can see right there, got really good angle on that fastball. And when he's right and the action on his fastball, has the ability to create some ground balls.
Cowboys, the reigning Big 12 Conference Tournament champions, winning the tournament here at Globe Life Field. Schubert homered 3 times in last year's Big 12 tournament. And now the crew's getting together.
They're going to talk about whether it was a ball or not on the pitch clock on the violation part. And so it is. Now it's going to be a 1-1 count.
Swing and a miss by Schubert for strike 2.
Not an 87-mile-an-hour slider. That wasn't a big sweeping breaker that I've seen him throw before. That was just a hard, really hard, nasty slider.
And Schubert gets a piece. Cowboys, such an offensive team a year ago. They were second to the Big 12 in slugging, first in runs scored, 2 shy of 500. Drew close to 400 walks a year ago, 7th most in the country. And they've had an offensive weekend. They've scored 19 runs so far in 2+ games. And have homered 5 times as Schubert takes a pitch out of the zone.
That's a lot of walks. It is. That's a lot of free bases. A lot of ways you start rallies, creating rallies, getting pitches out of pitchers.
Strike 3, Schubert goes down looking. And a big strikeout for Volantis to start his outing.
Look at the action on this breaker right here. That is a hard 86-mile-an-hour slider. Left to right turn with some tilt to it. That's tough to hit. You get a chance to look at how high it started and where it ended.
Nobody on, 1 away for Jason Jones, who was on the other side of that suicide sweeps play a year ago, playing for Arkansas. More on the Cowboys offense back in 2024. Again, all those runs scored 498. They hit 118 homers, their most in a season since 1999. Good for 9th in the country a year ago. And the Cowboys have now hit over 100 homers in back-to-back seasons.
You can trace it back to the 80s and 70s. Gary Ward at Oklahoma State and their tradition. They were an offensive team, but they were a really disciplined hitting team. They saw a lot of pitches. They had a lot of takes. They knew their strike zone. And that discipline from being a hitter became a tradition. Josh Holliday being one. How about him setting a single season record as a player for walks in a year? And that tells you a little bit about him and his beliefs, but it just, they were so disciplined as hitters. And then you'd go to the middle of the plate and they would lash a double or a homer.
Swung on the ground at third, knocked down by Rodriguez, but doesn't have a play. The ball scoots away, and Jones is on with a 1-out single.
Now Jones does a good job of getting to the top of this. Volantis is going to be the way his ball acts. He's going to get some ground balls. Jones does a good job of hitting this hard enough to the left of Rodriguez, who makes a tremendous effort trying to get to it, just wasn't quite able to come up with it.
Jones is on for 2nd time tonight. That brings up Brigham.
Now, Texas is going to go into a shift, and what they do a little bit different than others is they move their third baseman over to the right side. They leave their shortstop Flores where he is in his natural position, and then they take the third baseman Rodriguez and move him into deep second base. You get a look at him right there, moving from third all the way over. Again, that just shows you the amount of data and the amount, scouting reports, so much information out there. So many of these games on TV now that you can sit in there and just get tendencies. And you got to have those kind of tendencies if you're going to make these kind of moves on the shift.
A strike pumped in by Volantis on the slider. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Volantis, his second. Brigham goes down swinging, and now there's 2 outs.
Well, you just knew with a left-handed hitter in there and a dangerous hitter that Brigham is, there was a good chance you were going to see a lot of breakers. Saw 2 different speeds of breakers. You saw an 86-mile-an-hour slider, then you saw one about 80. Shows you the difference in his ability to be able to command 2 different velocity of sliders.
Brings up Ian Doherty, who had the 2-run base hit back in the first inning. Takes a strike on the fastball there from Volantis. Doherty, a senior from Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Swung on, there's a drive out to left, and Doherty has gone deep. Oklahoma State back on top, and Doherty a 4 RBI night.
Well, Volantis tries to double him up on fastballs. He leads him off with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball in for strike 1, tries to come back with another one. And Doherty lands right in the middle of it. I mean, that ball got out in a hurry. That is a good-looking swing from Doherty. Oh, you see it goes right back to the middle end. Gets his barrel to it, gets extended to it. We're going to get another look at it. He doesn't miss it.
Another home run for Oklahoma State. There's 6 this weekend. Most of any team near the Shriners Children's College Showdown. This is the 3rd and final game of our triple header. We've had a couple of run rules so far today. Louisville, a 13-1 win in 8 innings over Arizona. And Ole Miss, 15-5 winners in 7 over Clemson. No team leaving Arlington unbeaten. That ball hit in the air to right. Ballou will track it down for the final out of the inning. But the Cowboys have staked the lead. Ian Doherty, a 2-out, 2-run homer, has put the Cowboys back on top. We're back after this with Oklahoma State head coach Josh Holliday.
Resilience. At Shriners Children's, we're leaders in pediatric sports medicine. With expertise in sprains, tears, fractures, and other sports-related injuries. We're here to deliver the best care in the business and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. Because every great comeback starts with a game plan for empowering the extraordinary. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Industries and their dedicated Amegy business banker work together to put the us in business banking, focusing on their business needs with lightning speed. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy business banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing with comprehensive financing options, earned interest on your accounts, and yes, a banking partner who is just as invested in your growth as you are. Here we collaborate. Here you grow.
And welcome back to Arlington. Now time for our coaches interview presented by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. We're joined by Oklahoma State head coach Josh Holliday. Coach, how about the two swings for Ian Doherty for tonight? A couple of big swings for him. He's driven in 4.
Yeah, it's Cowboys and Ian Doherty 4, Longhorns 2. But two big hits, 2 out hits. Obviously, base hit in the first inning to get us going, and a big home run right there to put us back in front.
Josh, you know, back in the pre-coaches discussion before the tournament started, you brought up something that I loved hearing, and I'd like for you to explain to everybody. You said, I'm interested in how our competitive endurance is going to be in this tournament.
Well, Ty, I think probably what you know this from having coached is how well you go from 4-hour practices where you play 6 or 7 innings of an inter-squad game and you're only allowed 4 hours a day, to 6-7 hour days where now it's 9-10 inning games, whatever it takes to win. And there's a winner and a loser versus an inter-squad game where you just broke up in half and trying to challenge each other. So learning how to compete, learning how to pour yourself into your teammates, prepare for 3 different opponents and do all that on a great stage is a big step up.
There's a fly ball hit out towards right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit for Texas. That is a leadoff double for Adrian Rodriguez. Coach, last one we'll let you go. Kind of feels weird this is not a conference game as you play Texas here tonight. What do you make of the new look Big 12 now?
Well, I think the teams that we've added are excellent when it comes to the baseball side of things. Arizona State have unbelievable baseball history, and Utah's not a program I know a ton about, but I know Coach Henderson does a great job, and I know they'll bring a lot to the table. So looking forward to trips to the great state Arizona. Great baseball weather, great baseball tradition. And Big 12 baseball, 30-game schedule is going to be loaded. Lots of great weekends, lots of great challenges. So, you know, it'll be different, but at the same time, change is kind of part of what we're at right now, and got to embrace it.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
And again, Cowboys head coach Josh Holliday joining us here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Moments ago, Ty, another big hit for Adrian Rodriguez.
Well, I tell you what, just showing how talented of a young hitter he is, and I'm trying to catch up with what they're figuring out right here. They got all the umpires together after the hit, and I was listening to Josh, and I wasn't quite sure what the umpires were discussing. But going back to what you said, yeah, I mean, look, he's hit 2 homers, and then he landed on that one too, and drove it to the wall, and it hit halfway up the fence, and so he was a highly touted hitter coming out of Flower Mound. Had a chance to watch him in high school. Great hitter, switch hitter, third baseman, infielder, can do a lot of things, but he's showing it off now at a high level in this tournament this weekend.
Tommy Farmer to the plate now for Texas. Struck out against Watkins in his first at-bat. Longhorns looking to respond after the Cowboys scored twice in the top of the inning on the homer hit by Doherty. A swing and a miss. It's 1-1. That's fouled away, and here we are in Arlington, home of the Texas Rangers. Well, Tommy Farmer in high school played for a former Ranger great. Royce Clayton was his high school coach at Oaks Christian High School in California.
How about that? I mean, you know, just the knowledge and that he presents himself, and I'm sure with Tommy being such a good player, I'm sure he did a good job of listening, paying attention, and absorbing as much as he could. And he certainly has shown it to get to this level so far. And you know, look, an okay year for him last year. Farmer now, I mean, much more physical presence in the box. I know they've got a lot of expectations for him this year.
Just 20 at-bats for Farmer a year ago as a freshman for Texas. And the 2-2 from Watkins. Got him looking. Strike three, fourth strikeout for Watkins tonight.
Tell you what, he's going to get out there on the outer half of the plate with a little cutter. 83, 85 mile an hour cutter. Doesn't have a whole lot of break to it. Doesn't need it. Locks him up. Catches, I mean, just catches the edge of the plate.
Now Max Ballou homer to center. His first at bat, his second home run in as many nights. Also went deep last night against Ole Miss.
Max Ballou is so dangerous. When he recognizes something on time and he is able to get that barrel extended and get through that baseball, he is some kind of dangerous.
One of the highest rated recruits in the state of Texas coming out of high school.
Well, he just absolutely just rushed onto the scene last year as a performer, and his offensive ability and defensive abilities last year were just unreal. Obviously, to receive the accolades and awards that he did.
And another player who performed really well in conference play. Ballou had an OPS of over 1,200 against Big 12 pitching last year. Fouls it off for strike two.
Well, when you get in and you start looking at that swing up close, it is a very direct, powerful, short swing. There's not a whole lot of wasted space and wasted time. And it is a direct path right to where he's trying to attack the baseball. You know, a lot of times guys' swings are kind of get away from them, get out away from them, get long. But you've got to have a repeatable swing, because you got to know when you go after a pitch, that swing's going to follow what your mindset is, and it does, and it is short and powerful.
Swung on in the air to center. Long run for Smith. Not going to be able to track it down. Rodriguez puts on the brakes at third. That'll put runners in the corners for Texas with one out in the third inning.
Well, that shows you just how strong he is, too. This ball gets in on him, starts running in. He's able to just squeeze his hands and barrel in there, but to get inside the baseball and to fight it off into center field for a base hit. But strong enough to get it all the way over the infielder in between center field.
And now a mound visit coming up here from Rob Walton, the pitching coach for Oklahoma State. Has been the pitching coach for Josh Holliday since his tenure began 13 years ago.
He's an ex-Oklahoma State player himself. Son was a great player. Great head coach. And I tell you what, he just one of those guys that's been around this business for a long time, and a great communicator as well about pitching, about anything, to be honest with you. And just a tremendous person. I mean, one of those guys you sit down and you have dinner, and a beer with, you're gonna walk out of there with a lot of information. You're gonna be better for it.
No, Weck getting loose for the Cowboys in the pen. In fact, two arms getting loose right now for Oklahoma State. Pitch count for Watkins up to 50. And now facing Gasparino for a second time. Been a good weekend so far for Gasparino. 3 hits, including a homer, came in the opener on Friday against Louisville.
A little check throw over to first base. You know, last night now Texas early in the game ran a double steal early on in the game and got the runner to second base, put some pressure on the defense to make a decision whether they were going to throw to second or hold it and let him go to, or throw it to third, and the catcher ended up holding it.
A leadoff double for Rodriguez, now at third base. Blue with a base hit to center. Runners first and third for Texas and 1 out. Gasparino, a sophomore from Los Angeles, California. His dad played at Oklahoma State back in the day. 1-0 pitch is a slider outside for ball 2.
I probably got a little, I wouldn't say mixed emotions because it's your son, right? Your child. So we seem to drop our allegiances just a little bit or briefly. But I tell you what, he's a good-looking young man at the plate.
Slider catches the corner for strike 1.
Probably put on 10, 15 pounds from a year ago. A bit more physical. Showed it off the other night with an opposite field homer. He's got some buggy whip in that barrel.
Jalen Flores awaits on deck. Troublesome part of the order for Watkins the second time through. The 3-1 hit sharply down the line and left for a base hit. Rodriguez scores. Blue on his way to third base. Over to second is Gasparino. It's a 1-run game.
Tell you what, he gets out in front of this ball, gets the barrel to it, just shows you how long this barrel stays in the hitting area, doesn't pull off of it, gets through it, pulls it down the line for a double. We're going to get a good look at this swing. Got out in front, a secondary pitch, but he's able to keep that bat in there long enough to get the barrel to it, and comes up with an RBI double.
Second double of the weekend for Gasparino. And now the tying run for Texas stands 90 feet away. And a big RBI chance here for Jalen Flores, who drove in 56 runs a year ago. Texas's top run producer last year. Fouled away for strike 1. Another foul ball as Flores fights off the slider.
Yeah, and now you got in a situation where you're down in the count, 2 strikes. You got one out. You got the infield back in the middle. And so as a hitter right now, the idea of shortening up a little bit, the middle of the field can become your friend. Even with a ground ball to shortstop or second base, gets that runner in from third base. Just playing pepper in the middle if you have to.
Max Blue at third, Gasparino at second. here in a one-run game in the third inning. The batter, Jalen Flores, took huge strides a year ago with both his ability to hit for average and for power.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some long levers and has the ability with power, bat control. And he's a much more physical than what he was a couple of years ago when he first arrived on campus, obviously, and a much more mature hitter, too, obviously, after last year. I mean, I think he had one weekend where he had 2 walk-off, game winners.
2-2, swing and a miss. Got him on the curveball down to the zone. A strikeout for Watkins, and now there's 2 outs.
I tell you what he does. Watkins takes a lot more off this breaker. He'd been throwing him a harder slider. Again, this is that 12-6 breaker that he throws at 72 miles an hour. Takes a lot more off of it, gets the hitters out front, and then it just heads downhill.
2 on, 2 down now for the DH Chamberlain. One of 5 strikeout victims for Watkins tonight. A swing and a miss on another breaking ball.
And this is definitely one of those 2-out moments if you're a Texas fan or in that Texas dugout that you'd like to see this young man come through with a big base hit to get both those RBIs in. And then in the other dugout, the Oklahoma State side, this is one of those moments you got a chance to get out of there without any more damage done.
Texas so good with runners on base last night against Ole Miss, 7 for 12. This after struggling in those situations the night prior against Louisville. They were 2 for 17. On the ground to the right side, Brigham is there to end the inning. But the Longhorns have cut this lead at half. Will Gasparino with an RBI double, his second double of the weekend. It's made it a 4-3 game in Arlington as we go to the 4th inning. We are back after this for the Shriners Children's College Showdown on Flow College.
Protecting what matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's threats come from behind, above, and below, and we make sure those who serve stay ahead of them by connecting platforms necessary to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber, using technologies that protect in the same moment they detect. The mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen.
Sometimes you just need a little wonderful in your life. So why not go to a place made for it? Arlington, Texas. It's a city made for fun and excitement and all the things you love to do. And even some things you didn't know you loved until you came here and found them. Come see for yourself why Arlington is a world of wonderful.
Everything you thought you knew is brand new. We on the new wave. This ain't what it was. See, when the game changes, so do we. Every day, every play. And always been greater than 12, now standing 16 strong. In every end zone, any time zone. When everyone else keeps asking, what's next? We know we are.
And welcome back to Globe Life Field. Brant Freeman alongside Ty Harrington, now joined by Jared Schramm, the Senior Vice President of Rev Entertainment. What a weekend this has been, Jared. Talk to me about the partnership between Rev and Shriners.
Yeah, absolutely. The partner of Shriners is taking this to a whole new level. What they do in the community and for the kids, it's just unbelievable. So this tournament was already great, and what they've brought to the table is just taking it to another level. It's pretty awesome to see what they do.
What has it meant to have college baseball here at Globe Life Field all these years now?
I love it. We love it. You know what I mean? It's something that we get excited for, so much so that we do 25 games in 20 days or something crazy like that. So yeah, we're bought in. We love it.
I tell you what's been exciting and fun to watch. You guys built this beautiful ballpark, right? And you make a decision that you're going to make it available for all levels of play. You want baseball played there, along with a ton of other events, which we can get to in a minute. But you guys make it a baseball accommodating place, high school, college, and what you guys did. Look, I've been in college baseball for 30-something years, and what you guys have done for the beginning and opening of college baseball is really special. It really is. I mean, this ballpark, the greetings, the fans, the fan support, the community, everything that's poured into this and what you guys have done. I mean, I'm grateful and appreciative that you guys came up with this concept and this idea, but then executed it and made this a special event.
Yeah, that's very kind of you to say, and we obviously appreciate that. And yeah, we love the sport. We love the way that this has grown over the years, and it's something that we put on our calendar every year and get excited for. And again, the teams that come here, the coaches that are committed to coming here, we know that they could play at home or anywhere else in the country, and the fact that they choose Arlington and to partner with us is really special.
Well, I could tell you from a coach's perspective, one of the reasons amongst a few is you see a drag bunt. There's a little bit of, it looked like there was almost going to be a collision there at second base when Mendoza trying to field it, and I think the runner going in front of him might have blocked his view a little bit, but part of it would be you're playing on an unbelievable surface, right? The turf dirt surface is nice, and then the other piece of it from a coach's perspective, it's 70 degrees in here, and we're not worried about the wind, the rain, and everything that goes with that, right, in the cold weather.
Yeah, the roller coaster that is DFW in terms of the weather. So this weekend being a prime example. So yeah, it's nice to be indoors and guarantee that these games happen.
You can see Thompson just got right over the top of the ground ball, and I think blocked Mendoza from being able to come up with that ball cleanly.
Jared, tell us about some of the other events here that you have a chance to host at Globe Life Field.
Yeah, listen, there's no shortage of other things that take place outside of baseball. We had 8 concerts last year, and we're looking to do that again this year. We should have 7 or 8 this year, which is exciting. Rodeo is always fun for us. But yeah, we're always brainstorming. We don't sit on our hands very often. We're always trying to find the next thing.
The sacrifice will advance both runners to second and third base, and now 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning.
You got to explain this to everybody. I was asking you this on Friday, I think it was, when you guys put on a rodeo or a bull riding thing. That's a ton of dirt. So how do we make this happen? How does this transform into a rodeo arena?
It takes time. Yeah, it takes a few days just to get it all loaded in. It'll be interesting. This year is the first time that we'll do it in season, so the Rangers are on the road, and I think we have about a 10-day window to get it in, host the event, and get it out in time before the Rangers get back. So a little bit tighter of a flip than we're accustomed to, but no doubt that we're going to get it done with the awesome staff that we have at the ballpark.
As we know, the Shriners Children's College event used to be held in Houston. What did it take to get it here in Arlington?
Yeah, I mean, for us, listen, we started this in 2021, and obviously a different name, but a great tournament. And, we talked to Dustin a few years ago, and he had interest in coming to Arlington, and he was very familiar with our tournament, what we were doing here, and wanted to be a part of it. And it just naturally happened, and it was obviously a great partnership for us and for them, and everything just kind of aligned, and here we are. So really excited about the partnership and what the future holds for us.
One thing for sure, I know where you're going to be for 3 straight weekends. You're going to be easy to find.
I will be here. I'm locked in.
Fought off by Miola. Got a 4-3 game here in the top of the 4th inning as we visit with Jared Schramm, the Senior Vice President of Rev Entertainment.
I don't know if everybody knows the history of your family. Your dad, a longtime big leaguer and professional baseball player, GM, just an unbelievable baseball family. Yourself, a very accomplished college baseball player, and baseball's been a big part of y'all's family.
Yeah, it's big part of our lives, and obviously still is. And for me, being on the event side, the opportunity to get to do this with college baseball, I'm so passionate about it. And the fact that it starts here and I get to know the coaches and the players and watch their seasons unfold and progress throughout the season and watch postseason baseball. We're heavily into it and love everything baseball related. So my dad's out here a few times during the games here and enjoys the hanging out in the suite and snacking and.
Well, sure he does. It's only when it's cold when he's not playing golf, right?
All the things that I used to do at his work. So yeah, it's fun to have him here.
A swing and a miss by Schubert. So here we are, get a Globe Life Field. Great baseball city, Arlington, of course. The Texas Rangers take us back to a couple of years ago, that World Series run. How much enjoyment was that?
That was unbelievable. Hoping that we can run it back again this year. But yeah, that was a wild run. It was proof that you just need to get into the postseason, right? And anything can happen. And it was pretty magical. And the fact that we got to be a part of it and go out to Arizona and witness it. I mean, it was unlike anything I've ever been a part of. It was special.
And how about this ballpark hosting last year's All-Star game?
Awesome. Yeah, that was electric. That was a lot of fun. The home run derby was great. The game was great. The fact that we had a couple guys in it that we got to root for was a lot of fun. So yeah, it was really fun to see that come to Arlington and what they did, not just in the ballpark but around the entertainment district with the hotels and the old stadium. It was a lot of fun.
A look at that World Series trophy won by the Rangers back in 2023. And that 5-game win over Arizona. Swing and a miss by Schubert. Evens the count at 2-2.
He got him with a breaker the time before. I got to think he's going to go back to it here in the 2-2 count. It's been his best pitch, particularly on the left-left matchup.
Misses high to fill the count.
I got to give my buddy Rhett Decker a shout out. That's Sean Decker's kid. He's homesick. He's pretty dialed in. I know he's watching the game right now, so he'd be here otherwise. So I just wanted to tell him hello.
Yeah, I met him the other night, and a big time baseball guy.
Big baseball guy. He can swing it.
That's what I hear. Now, coming from you, that makes it, because, coming from the dad, that's what dads do, right? Yeah. That's what we do. You just verified it, made it 100%.
He's legit. Yeah, he's got it.
Full count to Schubert, runner second and third. Schubert hitless so far tonight, 0 for 2. And he'll draw a walk to load the bases. Well, not just a great weekend this weekend, but the next couple of weekends. A lot more great college baseball here in town.
Yeah. Obviously, a couple weekends coming up, and a few midweeks. We got Texas State coming in here soon. Yep. Excited to see those guys. And Chad Massengale, my old pitching coach, is obviously with them now. So yeah, a lot of baseball still to be played. Really excited about next weekend. Looks like we could have a really good matchup Saturday night, just based on what I've seen this weekend. I think they're 3-0, 4-0, yeah. TCU and Arkansas. So that's always a heavy crowd for us. So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Arkansas travels just like all the good programs do. And I was mentioning this early, Coach Holliday was talking about, they played Arkansas in the fall and just how good Arkansas's pitching staff was. And they just ran arm after arm after arm out there. And I'm sure that, Saturday night, the Fort Worth and TCU crowd's going to make their way over here as well. And there'll be a lot of Arkansas calling the pigs out here. And there'll be a lot going on.
Yeah, all these pitching staffs it's so fun to watch these guys pitch. It's amazing to see how far they've come just, since I played, which I guess was quite a while ago, unfortunately. But I mean, it's pretty special. It just seems like every guy's throwing 95, 96, 97. And then has all the off speed to match it. And then the hitters, honestly, you've seen it the past 2 days. They don't even seem fazed by it. The fact that they can square up 97 is just crazy to me. I don't know that I ever saw it, but I know if I did, that I didn't have a shot at touching it.
I know I heard a few. I'm not sure I saw very many, but you're right. I mean, the game's transformed so much to a power game. All these young pitchers, they train for it year-round, and they do a good job of training and understanding their bodies and what it takes to be able to maximize the velo, and they do it, and the spin. I mean, being able to throw breakers to go along with it, but hats off to the hitters, particularly this time of year early. There's been a lot of offensive here this weekend. Usually there's not when it's early.
Jones just got a piece to stay alive, and the count remains 1-2. Speaking of partnerships, how about the partnership with Flo and Flo College broadcasting all these games?
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. We've enjoyed our partnership, and we've done stuff outside of college baseball. We did some college wrestling as well, and yeah, it's been a heck of a partnership and one that we're really proud of. And you guys have done an incredible job, by the way. Love listening to you guys.
Well, thank you. We got another one of those two-out moments. An inning ago is, Texas on the offensive side of it. Now Oklahoma State on the offensive side of the two-out battles. I used to love to hear Augie Garrido talk about him. He could tell the game just so eloquently in such a different way that I'd never really heard before. And he would always just elaborate nonstop about the separation of the game being with two outs more times than any other outs in a game, and just how it would transform a team's momentum and the outcome.
The 1-2 got him looking. Strike three. Huge pitch from Volantis, and the Cowboys leave the bases loaded. It remains a one-run game. Jared, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Always great seeing you.
Again, a huge strikeout for Dylan Volantis. The bases juice for the Cowboys, but Volantis strikes out Jason Jones to end the inning on the breaking ball. The Cowboys leave them loaded. They have left 6 men on base. And on this pitch, we head to the bottom of the fourth inning in a one-run game.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here. We provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions, home to possibility, and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Record-breaking global superstar, Shakira, live in Arlington. Las Mujeres Ya No Lloran World Tour. Globe Life Field, June 11th. The phenomenal new album Las Mujeres Ya No Lloran is available everywhere now. Get tickets now at Shakira.com.
Yeah, winning a policy. Thank God for $1, it's a prophecy. Lot of pressure, I am a prodigy. Everybody inside of the stadium tell me they proud of me. Shot in public, training privately. Homer, straight to the balcony. Building muscle, I never can bother me. Texas Rangers together, we by the team. Go man, this is the dog in me. Still a game on the road, it's a robbery. Stand on base, going strong, no apology. Corey Seager might give it to raw. Like I see it, descending my arm.
Huge moment for Texas in the top of the inning. Volantis strikes out Jason Jones with the bases loaded to keep this a one-run game. It's still 4-3 Oklahoma State as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning.
Tell you, that was a big pitch. Volantis with a backdoor breaker. That ball came back and just clipped the outer half of the plate. You could see that strike box. They were showing it just caught the edge of it. What a big-time pitch and a big moment.
Leading off, Rylan Galvan for Texas. That ball hit out of play. Counting was 1 ball, 1 strike. Galvan 1 for 1 with an infield base hit today.
There you go. Older fan, middle-aged fan, grabs the ball, turns around to the young fan and hands him a souvenir foul ball.
Riley Galvan, the junior out of Sinton, Texas. The top-ranked catcher in the state of Texas coming out of high school. Takes a pitch up for ball 2.
Now played for former Longhorn great Adrian Alanis, who's got a really top high school program in Sinton, where baseball has been important for a long time, and does an unreal job. Won a couple state championships and is a great young coach.
Adrian Alanis, teammates with Taylor Teagard, who we had a chance to visit with last night.
That's right. That's right. 2 Longhorn greats.
A leadoff walk. Galvan's on for the second time tonight.
I got a sneaky suspicion that might start stirring up that Cowboy bullpen. A leadoff walk here in the 4th. Yeah, they're going to get both sides rolling. Meaning a right-handed and a left-hander going in the pen.
The pitch count for Watkins up to 68. That was his first walk of the game. Has struck out 5. And Rob Wall will make a mound visit.
You know, when we were younger coaches, Rob Walton used to have a nice little stride. He'd jog out there, and now as we progress into our lives, we get a little more experienced path out there, meaning we take a little bit of time to make sure those guys are ready. We're not quite as excited as we used to be to get out there.
And he'll make the call to the bullpen. Now that's going to be it for Hunter Watkins. Kyle Body into the game now for Oklahoma State, with the Cowboys protecting a 1-run lead. The Shriners Children's College Showdown unites athletic excellence and the most amazing care anywhere. Shriners Children's is dedicated to improving the lives of children around the world. All care is provided regardless of the family's ability to pay. To learn more, visit shrinerschildrens.org today. Back out at Globe Life Field for the 9th and final game of the weekend between 2 teams that have split their first 2 games, Oklahoma State and Texas. Good showing by the young fans here to close out the weekend, as the Cowboys have gone to the bullpen. Kyle Body into the game now for Oklahoma State. First reliever Josh Holliday is used here tonight. Cowboys got 3 innings out of Hunter Watkins, as Ethan Mendoza bats now for Texas.
Now, you were talking about having the young crowd out here tonight. I think all around the state, they don't have school tomorrow. So, I mean, this is perfect. Late night, Sunday night, go watch some college baseball, not have to worry about getting up, get ready for school tomorrow. I know if I was 10, 12, 13 years old or even younger, I knew I could come sit in this setting and not be cold and element free and just watch college baseball knowing I didn't have school. That'd be a bonus Sunday for me.
1-0 pitch is in there for a strike from Body. In his second year with the Cowboys, 6 appearances a year ago. ERA just over 5 for Body back in 2024. Top of the order for Texas looming on deck.
Galvan not able to get too far off. Not that he's going to a serious base threat of stealing, but Body's got a pretty good move to first base.
Pitch and misses high. Runs the count to 3 balls and a strike. Catches the corner for strike 2.
And you know, because of that move, that'd be interesting to see. Sometimes tight games like this, coaches like to be aggressive, start the runner. Doesn't have to be a great runner because it's almost like a hit and run, but with that kind of move, that was a little bit more of his show me move, but because he's got such a good move, it's hard to have the confidence to even let those guys go in a hit and run mode. Because in a 3-2 count, when you start the runner who's not a prolific base stealer, it's a hit and run, so you make sure he goes to the plate before you take off.
That's fouled away by Mendoza. Mendoza, one of 23 newcomers in this year's team, one of 11 transfers for head coach Jim Schlossnagle.
Yeah, who, by the way, didn't have a ton of time left in the portal when he made the transition to Austin as the head coach at Texas. I think he told me it was only like a week and a half, 2 left, something in the portal. Wasn't a whole lot of time left. You can see from the backside of what that move looks like from Body. He starts to drift like he's going to home plate, looks at home plate, and then cuts to that 45, right at the edge of that 45 degree that you got to have before it's not a ball.
And Mendoza draws a walk. 2 on for Texas and nobody out. And now to the top of the order to Kimball Schuessler. It'll be his first time facing Body. Had a couple of at-bats against Watkins, 0 for 2 so far as Knights. And Body steps off and tosses the second.
Kind of a half pick off. Threw it to second because the rule tells you that you only get so many. You might as well go ahead and throw it. Needing so many step offs and all that normally is, Brent, when you do that inside move like that, runners first, second, nobody out, you're just trying to get a little information. Does the hitter move his feet up in the box and show you that he's a possibly bunt? Does he move his top hand, indicating that he might be sliding his hand down the barrel, that it might be a bunt? You're just looking for any kind of intel that'll tell you that they might be bunting, which alerts your defense. Maybe allows your defense to put on a play. Historically, not this early in the game do you put on the bunt play unless you feel really confident they're sacrifice bunting.
Two balls, no strikes. Couple of walks already in the inning for Texas. The Longhorns drew 250 walks a year ago. That ranked 9th in the Big 12. And Thomas calls so Schuster could retie his shoe.
Well, in this situation right here, Brand, he's the back-to-back walks. You're in a positive count for the hitter and a 2-0 count, an offensive count. You're looking in one spot or one window for that ball to fall in. And if it does, let the barrel fly. If not, take it and move on to the next one.
3-0.
And I got to think he's not going to be green lighted right here after the back-to-back walks and 3-0 count. A walk's an offensive weapon right now in a 3-0 count.
He takes ball 4 to load the bases. Bases full of Longhorns, nobody out, and the heart of the order is coming up. And it looks like Rob Walden's going to call for another change. Noah Weck will come out of the bullpen now for Oklahoma State. Going to mark his second appearance this weekend. Saw him on opening day against Clemson. Out of the bullpen here to face Texas, and here it's the bases loaded, nobody out here in the 4th inning. And again, the Longhorns have loaded the bases without a hit. Walks to Galvan, Mendoza, and Schuster as Weck comes into the game now. We'll step aside with Texas threatening in the bottom of the 4th inning, trailing the Cowboys by a run, but they got the bases juiced with nobody out. No Weck on the mat for Oklahoma State. Inherits the bases loaded, nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Galvan, Mendoza, Schuster have all walked in the inning for Texas. And now Weck will face the heart of the order for the Longhorns. Adrian Rodriguez so far ties had a pretty good tournament. He's gone deep twice.
Such a short swing. I'm at point A to point B, and just shows off his power. And I got to tell you, this young man was one of the top recruits and top players in the great state of Texas from Flower Mound. And that ball was just a line drive out of here. And for a young hitter to have that kind of swing and that kind of power in this moment, you see why he was one of the top recruits in the state of Texas.
And now facing Noah Weck. Breaking ball in tight for ball one. Their look at Galvan at third base. Started the inning with a walk from Hunter Watkins. Mendoza and Schuster drew walks from Body. Now it's Weck trying to get out of the mess. He's fallen behind 2-0.
It's a pretty good patient take right there. That ball's up. A lot of young hitters in that situation trying to drive guys in, excited, chase that up out of the zone and pop it up or swing and miss.
Swings and fouls it back for strike one.
He was on time with that. He just missed that. Just got underneath it a little bit. That was an aggressive pitch from Weck and an aggressive swing. Just missed. He's back in a good offensive count again. Rodriguez in a 3-1 count, looking for one spot, one area for that ball to get into.
Swings and grounds out to the right side. Brigham in great pick, flips to first base to Weck for the out. It will bring home Galvan, and now we're tied at 4.
I'll tell you what, Weck comes up with a good pitch, gets Rodriguez to roll over the top of it. And then Bregman ends up making a pretty good play out of this. And feeds it over to Weck covering first base. We get another look at it. Fastball up and in, gets him to go over the top of it. They get a run in. They got runners at second and third.
For Tommy Farmer, who struck out twice tonight. Again, two former longtime Big 12 rivals going at it. Texas now in his first year in the SEC. Two balls and no strikes. Oklahoma State repping the Big 12 once again. Picked to win the conference this season. Picked to finish second, Arizona, who was also here this weekend. Wildcats, though, the only winless team. They finished 0-3. 2-0 to Farmer. Catches the strike zone. It's 2-1.
Tell you what, that's a big time pitch right there. That's a heater away. Looks like it catches the edge of the plate, maybe just off of it, in my opinion, and it was just off the plate.
Fastball in there for a strike at the knees. Full count.
They got one out there earlier in the count. Why not try to go back out there again and dot that fastball away a little bit further out with that one and just missed. Now we're in a full count battle.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. Farmer down on strikes for a third time, and now there's 2 out.
He connects on fastballs away, then he comes back with one running in on him. Looked like a little two-seamer running back into Farmer. Tied him up, wasn't able to get the barrel out. It's a big-time pitch by Weck.
But the inning not getting any easier for Weck as now Max Ballou comes up for Texas. And they're going to give him a free pass to first base. And attempts to walk to load the bases for Will Gasparino.
I'm just going to hit behind Baloo. You got to know that there are times that this is going to happen. I mean, look, he's that good. He's that accomplished a hitter. He's got a history of, with power and being such a good player, Big 12 Player of the Year, so many things that follow him. And so you got to know that that's always a possibility when you're hitting in behind him.
First pitch rolls away from Doherty, but not far enough. Everybody stays put. Mendoza, Schussler, Baloo, all on base for Texas.
Weck was able to work out of a 2-0 count. The last hitter, now he's put himself in a situation again with the bases loaded and a 2-0 count. Gasparino's got to be sitting in an area looking for it. I'll tell you what, he's been able twice now in those counts to dial up this fastball away. We'll get another look to see. It looked like it might have been just off the edge, maybe.
The 2-1 on the ground towards short. Ortiz to second for the forced play, and that'll do it for the Longhorns in the 4th inning. But Texas has tied the game. Now we're deadlocked 4-4, heading into the 5th inning in the 3rd and final game of the day from the Shriners Children's College Showdown.
Today we had the opportunity to welcome in Sydney to meet our Oklahoma State Cowboy baseball team. Sydney is a patient who has received treatment at Shriners for scoliosis.
Hi, I'm Sydney.
Sydney, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome.
I'm a sophomore here. I'm studying public health to be an occupational therapist. When I was 10, I was diagnosed with scoliosis, which is like the curvature of the spine. It's about 18 degrees at that point. And then I went to the doctor again, and 6 months later, it had gone to 32 degrees. Here in Oklahoma, really my only option was spinal fusion, which is where they completely fuse your spine. So that's when we looked at Shriners, and we found BBT. BBT stands for vertebral body tethering. It's the medical rope instead of rods that's placed against your spine. That's a little loose, so as you grow, it straightens, and it straightens you out, but you're more flexible.
The fact that they can provide the level of care that they provide, regardless of your ability to pay, is a tremendous thing.
Getting to hear her story and getting to play catch with her was awesome. What Shriners does for kids all over the country, it's amazing.
They were the best, and it really was the most amazing care. Thank you, thank you. Oh, SU Cowboys, yeah!
And welcome back to Globe Life Field. Brant Freeman alongside Ty Harrington. We're now joined by the honorary captain for the Oklahoma State Cowboys, Sydney, joining us now. Sydney, what's your weekend been like with this Oklahoma State program?
Man, it's been so cool just to watch my team and support. I'm absolutely in love with this stadium, so it's been a great time.
Tell us a little bit more about your story with Shriners.
Yeah, so I was diagnosed with scoliosis when I was 10. And so I did a bunch of different treatments, and nothing was really working for me. And so a local Oklahoman told us about Shriners and told us that we needed to go there. And so we did, and I was a candidate for a new surgery called VBT. And now I'm doing great, and I'm here celebrating my team.
Coming into this, had you been around baseball much? Had you been a big baseball fan before?
Yeah, actually, I was a Diamond Doll from my school, so I worked the games, and I tossed out short string home runs. So I'm very familiar with this team, and I'm happy I got to meet them, and so I'm really happy to be supporting them today.
Yeah, and how about this place? I mean, is this just unreal? This whole event, the whole weekend's got to be incredible for you as well.
Right, yeah. There's just so many cool patients here, and just the environment and just the sportsmanlike. It's been really cool.
What has your experience been like with Cowboys head coach Josh Holliday?
They've been so kind to me. Just getting to meet the team and giving me merch and just hanging out has just been so cool. So I'm really excited to be here, and I love the coach, and all the teammates have been awesome.
Now, I know you're a student at Oklahoma State. What are you studying in Stillwater?
So right now I'm studying public health. I'm wanting to be an occupational therapist, so just kind of going through the prereqs to get to grad school, so I'm excited about that.
Have you been to any Oklahoma State games at O'Brate Stadium back in Stillwater?
I have. The stadium is so nice. It's a little bit newer, so it's really cool to be in a nice big stadium and just hanging out with the girls. At the Diamond Doll games, we just hang out, and so it's cool that I get to hang out with the girls and learn more about baseball. And so after having that experience, it really makes this even better.
4-4 game at the top of the 5th inning. Leadoff batter Colin Brigham for Oklahoma State. Any specific player you got to know the most?
So I actually got to meet Brigham, and when I was a Diamond Doll, we have what we call little buddies, and so I would make a gift basket for him for his away series, and so he didn't know it was me because it was anonymous. So when I got to meet the team, I told him that, hey, like, I was your buddy, and he was like, oh, it's so cool. And so I think he was happy he got to meet me and thank me, and so it was really cool.
It's Brigham, Doherty, and LaSalle batting for the Cowboys here in the 5th inning.
And this is our first look at Rarick from Texas on the mound.
Drew Rarick strikes out Brigham to start the top of the 5th inning.
Tell you what, immediately attacks the strike zone. A little fastball away, 92 on the outer half of the plate. Brigham not able to catch up with it.
How much fun was it watching Oklahoma State win yesterday?
Oh, that was awesome. I was sad I couldn't make it to the Friday game, so being able to come in Saturday, the coach was happy I was here. He was happy to have his good luck charm, he said. So I'm glad I got to watch them win, and I'm hoping they kind of pick it up here. I'm excited.
Now, you said you were a Diamond Doll. Am I getting that right?
Yes, sir, yeah. So basically, you interview, and they pick a bunch of girls that are excited to learn more about baseball, and then they give you a bunch of merch and some gear and a jersey, and then you attend the games, and you work some of the games, and you get to interact with the players, so it's pretty cool.
This is popped up behind the plate. Galvan makes the catch. What a play by Rylan Galvan.
I'm going to tell you what, that is a fabulous catch. I'm not going to say it's a diving catch. I'm going to go ahead and call it a falling catch. But what he stays with it. The ball starts to come back towards the field. He turns around, takes his mask, gets rid of his mask like you're supposed to. The ball comes back, and he makes a tremendous catch.
Unbelievable acrobatic catch by Galvan.
I'm going to go ahead and call it a backwards dive catch.
Now 2 out. Space is empty for Donovan LaSalle.
Now they've got something on the pitch before.
Sydney, who all is here with you this weekend?
So I actually brought my mom and my dad, which is really cool because they don't get to come to a bunch of stuff because they're so busy with work, and me being in college, it's hard to see them a lot. So this was a great weekend to get away as a family and just spend some one-on-one time together for sure.
Swing and a miss, strike 1 to LaSalle.
Now the pitch before was a pitch clock violation and pushed the count to a ball. Now you got a ball and a strike. First base umpire came down the line hollering and stopped play. Now you may have said this. Now, where you from originally in Oklahoma?
Oklahoma City.
Are you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right in the middle of Oklahoma. I love it.
I have been there many times. My oldest daughter lives there.
Oh,
and yeah,
really?
she loves it. She truly loves it. It's been a great home for her.
It's a very growing city, and I feel like Oklahoma's kind of been a hidden gem, so.
I thought that ball was coming all the way up here. I thought one of us was going to have to. I thought your parents needed to make a move over there and go make a play. That's the furthest one of the weekend. It almost made it all the way up here.
One ball and 2 strikes from Rarick. Facing LaSalle. Up the middle, and that's going to get through for a base hit for LaSalle. He's off for the first time tonight. Sydney, is this your first time at a Major League ballpark?
I actually have been to the Minute Maid Park a few years ago, and that was really, really cool. So this is special, and I mean, this is just incredible. Just the dome itself and all the fans coming out to support. It's been cool to see all the crowds and what each team brings. So it's been an amazing experience.
After the 2-out single by LaSalle, now it's Brock Thompson.
Do you get nervous when the games are tight?
Yes, very nervous. Oklahoma State kind of likes to bring it back at the end, so they definitely make me nervous a lot of the times, for sure.
What an exciting season with this program a year ago, winning the Big 12 Tournament Championship right here at Globe Life Field. Two balls and no strikes. That'll run the count to 3-0.
Got a couple of choices in the state of Oklahoma about where you're going to go to school. You chose Oklahoma State because?
Just the environment. I mean, all of my siblings and my parents have gone to Oklahoma State, and I did tour Oklahoma, just didn't feel like home, and so Oklahoma State has really just been a great place for me, and I've really been thriving there the past 2 years, so really enjoying it.
Thompson off for the second time. He draws his second walk of the game. A couple of base runners with 2 outs here for the Cowboys. That'll bring up Braden Smith.
I mean, with OU being such a big rival, and your parents still allowed you to go take the campus visit. I mean, that's...
Hey, I mean, my boyfriend goes to OU, so there's always going to be house divided.
Right. So
it makes for a good fun and good poking around. So definitely was fun to throw the horns down today. So I was happy about that. One thing me and OU can agree on.
A ball to no strikes to Braden Smith. And right now, Rarick having a hard time finding the strike zone. There's a strike, and it evens the count at 1-1. Longhorns tossing a football right now in the bullpen.
Throwing some tight spirals, too.
Here's a pop-up out into center field. And Gasparino will make the catch to end the inning. City, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Again, a big catch in the inning by Rylan Galvan for Texas. A pop-up behind the plate and made an incredible athletic play. Galvan, great defense for the Horns as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, still tied 4-4.
Today we're we're here to introduce one of our patients, Gloria, who is a burn survivor who had significant burns, and Gloria will share her story with the University of Texas baseball team. Hi, I'm Jim.
I'm Gloria. Got burned when I was 6. I had gotten gasoline on my hands, and so I wiped it off on my dress. The fire caught where I wiped my hands off, and so I immediately flew up in flames.
I was a wreck. All I could think is, she's not going to survive this. She's only 6. And then we get to Shriners, and it wasn't an hour before I felt like they're going to save her.
Such an honor to meet Gloria. The thing that just jumped across the table was her confidence, her courage. Obviously, she has physical scars from a burning, but it's been 11 years, but it looks like she's well beyond that now, and now she's made that her purpose.
Went to the hospital. Shriners saved my life.
We're so proud to have made a big difference in her life, regardless of her family's ability to pay. We do it because we love to do it.
To know that there's an organization out there like Shriners, it's a great opportunity to share the stage with an organization that just really cares about the kids. It's amazing and puts a lot of things in perspective.
Longhorns!
The M&T Bank College Baseball Series presented by Kubota is bringing the heat to Globe Life Field February 21st through the 23rd next week. 4 powerhouse programs, Arkansas, TCU, Michigan, and Kansas State, are set to battle it out in an epic early season clash. Don't miss your chance to see some of the nation's top teams go head-to-head in high-stakes matchups that will set the tone for the season. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning, tied at 4. Longhorns will have Jalen Flores, Cole Chamberlain, and Riley Galvan batting here in the 5th inning. And again, speaking of Galvan, Ty, how about that catch he made?
Yeah, I mean, I got to see it again as we were breaking away, an unreal camera and video that our crew was able to come on. I got a better look at it. I thought he just overran it right and just fell back and caught it. It was back behind him, and he dove back to catch that ball and still was able to hold on to it and make a tremendous catch.
Here's a look at it again.
Does what you're supposed to do. You recognize the ball, where it's going, throw your mask out to the right so you don't step on it, and he did. He jumps back. Look at him. That is an athletic move and catch.
1-2 pitch, and Flores goes down looking. Second time he struck out tonight, and 1 away in the 5th.
I'll tell you what, that's almost a Greg Maddux type fastball. Starts out on the outer half. That two-seamer comes roaring back and catches the outer half of the plate. And catches Flores looking. That's a tough pitch.
Big strikeout for Weck, his second of the night. 1 out in the 5th inning brings up Cole Chamberlain.
Well, Weck pitched them out of a jam last inning. That was some really good pitching. Even though he found himself in behind in some counts, was able to execute fastballs away to get back into the counts and then find a way to get outs, to get out of the inning, right in the heart of the Longhorn order.
3 balls and no strikes to Chamberlain. This is second inning of relief for Noah Weck. The starter for the Cowboys, Hunter Watkins, goes 3 innings, giving up 4 earned. Struck out 5 tonight for the Cowboys. The 3-0 is taken for a strike on the fastball at 92. Swing and a miss. Another fastball there from Weck.
Well, the last of that fastball's got great life. You're getting a look at it. When you can see it on TV, look at it just explode. It gets to that dirt area where the turf and the dirt meet, and it just takes off.
Just off the plate, and Chamberlain's off for the first time tonight. So runner on, 1 away. Here comes Galvan. After that great catch, now looking to do it with his bat. He's been on twice tonight for Texas. He's also scored a run. First pitch in there for a strike at 92. That's out of the zone. Counting into the ball and a strike. After Galvan, then Mendoza, and then the top of the order for Texas. Another miss by Weck, 2-1.
Yeah, he's been mainly fastballs. I mean, he's used his cutter a couple of times to get him off balance, get him out front just a little bit, show him something different, but it's been a lot of heaters on both sides of the plate.
Oklahoma State pitching so strong a year ago. Staff had the 11th lowest ERA in the country. Big reason for that, their two weekend starters, Brian Holliday, two other top weekend starters, Brian Holliday and Sam Garcia, not back for the Cowboys this year. Two pitch, and Galvan goes around for a strikeout.
Well, they've seen a lot of fastballs like we were talking about just a second ago. Now he comes back with a curveball at 80, 81 miles an hour. He gets Galvan just to get out in front of it, can't hold that barrel back. That's tough when you got a lot of fastballs coming at you, and then they throw a wrinkle at you with that breaker.
2 out in the inning. Now the 9-hole hitter, Ethan Mendoza. So many great clashes over the years between these two programs, Texas and Oklahoma State. Got a good one here to close out the Shriners Children's College Showdown. 4-4 game at the bottom of the 5th.
And we talked about it earlier. This dates way back in the 80s. Both teams were meeting annually in Omaha.
Nice breaking ball from Weck for strike 2.
Both programs had an enormous amount of respect for each other. Both competed hard on the playing fields, trying to win, and then extended when they came into the Big 12 and combined. They played each other more often. And it's a good rivalry, a great game. That's why you got a good crowd out here tonight. It's probably why it was scheduled to be the last game on Sunday and the day before President's Day. Or hopefully people have tomorrow off to sit out here and enjoy this baseball game in the facility.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Mendoza. Pitch that didn't miss by much. And did he go? Mendoza checks his swing, says Andrew Fulton at first base.
going to get a good look at. Did he hold that barrel back? Whoa, that's close right there. That is really close. It's one of the most controversial calls in baseball, or check swings between umpires, coaches, fans, everybody.
Give your good toss, tie disputing a check swing call. As we see Mendoza fly one to right and twisting and trying to make the catch. Schubert can't secure it. Chamberlain scores on his way to third base, Mendoza, and Texas has the lead.
It's like Schubert got tangled up a little bit. He was in shallow right field with a 2-strike. A lot of times they'll bring the outfielder in a little bit with 2 strikes. He runs the ball in on him, gets enough barrel to get it out to the deeper part of the park, but he couldn't keep the ball off to the left of him. And it kept drifting back over his head and just was not able to come up with a catch.
Oh, Weck couldn't believe it. Thought he was out of the inning. Instead, a run scores, and Texas has his first lead of the night.
Ball hung up there long enough. You thought he was going to be able to get back there, outrun it, and get to the other side of it where he could catch it off of the left out in front of his bill of his cap. But he kept drifting towards it, and then it ended up going back over his head. I tell you what, Darty's showing a lot of leadership right there, too. Going out to settle Weck down, trying to get his mindset back on the current. Can't have anything to do with what just happened. Let's get back into the current, into the moment. You got a big hitter back at the top of the order for the Longhorns.
Second error of the night for Oklahoma State. Out of the play, Kimball Schuessler. Grounds one to short. Ortiz throws high and wide of the target. Mendoza scores. Another error by Oklahoma State. And it's 6-4 Texas.
Well, defense is such a huge, huge component of winning and success, and certainly 2 tough plays back-to-back for the Cowboys. One on a fly ball to right field, and now Ortiz. Now this ball is scorched, and he gets it in between hop. Does a great job, Brand, of staying with it, right? Keeps it in front of him, goes down, picks it up with his hand, doesn't go back to his glove, sets his feet, and his momentum just kind of keeps carrying him. That ball goes dug outside from him, and unable to come up with an accurate throw to get the out to close out the inning.
All the damage for Texas done with 2 outs through the 5th inning. Now one of the hotter hitters, Adrian Rodriguez. Low for ball 1.
Well, it takes a lot of mental toughness, confidence when you're a pitcher out there and you think twice you're going to get out of the inning, and you got to get back out there on the mound and pitch again and figure out how to get out of an inning, particularly having to face the hitters you're having to face. It's tough. I mean, it really is. And people talk all the time, it's a mental game along with the physical side of it. And this is part of it, being able to know, hey, we had a chance to get out of the inning, and you got to still keep going back out there and throwing that ball across the plate and executing pitches.
2-0, got it foul by Rodriguez. The freshman third baseman showing a lot of promise this weekend. He's gone deep twice, including tonight. Also doubled earlier in the game. And awaits a 2-1 from Weck. Swings and drives out one to left, and that is bouncing off the warning track and in for another base hit for Rodriguez. That's a double, his second tonight.
Oh, such a good-looking hitting talent. Just each at bat, you could just see going back to Friday night. You had a tough start each at bat. just getting better and better, seeing the ball longer and longer. This time, for the first time, going the opposite way, driving the ball for an opposite field double. Now he's made his way around the field. Homer pull side, double pull side gap or right center gap, and now a double the other way.
And that might be it for Noah Weck. Rob Wald back onto the mound here for Oklahoma State. What a huge 2-out rally this has been for Texas.
Well, it has been. And look, Oklahoma State unfortunately had a chance twice to get out of the inning and close it out. It's just tough when you've got a good hitting line. Both teams, by the way, good hitting lineups. And if you do make defensive mistakes, eventually it's going to get you. You know, at the beginning of the game, Bing had a hard time with the command, right? And then Darty comes up with the 2 RBIs early in the game, and now the 2 defensive plays, and then Texas capitalizes.
Here comes plate umpire John Brammer to break up the meeting on the mound. And they're going to keep Weck in there.
Well, he had success against Farmer last time. And so I think that's got something to do with why they're going to leave him in there to face him.
A walk, 2 errors, a double, 2 runs have scored for Texas in the 5th, breaking this 4-4 tie. But a tough night for the batter, Farmer, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. Strike 1 from Weck. That ball headed towards left field, and that's going to drop for a base hit. That's going to score 2 runs for Texas. Longhorns on top 8-4. Farmer delivers a 2-run single for the Longhorns.
Tries to go fastball in where he tied him up the at-bat before. Farmer does a good job getting his hands inside the baseball. Got in on him just a little bit, but he's strong enough to drive it out to left field, just in front of the left fielder for a 2 RBI single to left field.
And now the 8th batter of the inning comes up for Texas, Max Ballou, who's been on all 3 times tonight. 1 ball, no strikes. One of the hits for Ballou in the game, a homer to dead center back in the 1st. 1 ball and 1 strike. Weck struck out 2 of the first 3 batters he faced in the inning. But the door opened for Texas after back-to-back errors by the Cowboys. Since those errors, a couple of base hits, Rodriguez and Farmer. A 4-run fit for Texas, all 4 runs scoring with 2 outs.
Well, it's such a premium when you play good defense, and both these coaches and all the players on this field know it. They're taught it, they know it, they're good defenders. It's just unfortunate for the Cowboys on back-to-back plays. It looked like they were going to be able to get out of the inning, and it just didn't turn out the way. That's the way the game is every once in a while. I mean, it is, and when you give more free opportunities for an offensive team like Texas, more times than not, they're going to take advantage of it, and they have.
3-1 pitch, roped down the line and right for another base hit. Farmer on his way to third base. He's going to round third. coming to the plate, and he will score. 9-4 Texas.
And he just drills this ball right in between the shift. They've got 3 guys on the right side. He missiles this ball between the first baseman, second baseman, hooks it down the line. Look at that swing. That is some kind of short stroke, gets the barrel to it. The whole time Farmer's coming around from first base and scores.
Big night for Ballou. A couple of runs batted in, a couple of extra base hits. And now the 9th batter of the 5th, Will Gasparino. We have seen so many crooked number innings over the past 2 days here in Arlington.
I've been fascinated by the offense this weekend. You know, now Friday was wasn't as much, right? It was a little more tame. Everybody's Friday night guys were good. But as the weekend has grown.
That ball drilled left center field and deep. Gasparino goes deep for Texas.
I tell you what, we talked about his swing and the power and the leverage he can create out of that body frame and the buggy whip out of that barrel. He gets a ball in the middle. We're going to get a great look at it right here. Ball lands in the middle. He knew it as soon as he delivered the barrel to it. That ball went a long ways out towards a 410 and left center field for a home run for Gasparino.
7 runs for Texas in the 5th inning. Their 2nd straight night with a 7-run frame. All 7 runs scoring with 2 outs for the Longhorns, and for Gasparino, his 2nd home run of the weekend. And that will be it for Noah Weck. That error in the outfield opened the door, and Texas has taken advantage. A 7-run 5th inning, and they're still batting.
They have. You got to take advantage of it when you get opportunities like that if you're on the offensive side, and they certainly have delivered.
Mario Pesca will come into the game now for the Cowboys out of the bullpen. As the Longhorns have broken this game wide open. Again, 2 big errors in the inning by Oklahoma State, opening the door for Texas here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Longhorns have taken advantage. The error in right by Nolan Schubert couldn't make the catch. That broke the 4-4 tie. Next batter, Kimball Schuster with a ground ball mishandled by Avery Ortiz, and then rushed the throw. And since then, Texas pouring it on top 11-4 here in Arlington. Out of the bullpen for the Cowboys, Mario Pesca here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Longhorns a massive 2-out rally, 7 runs scoring, all with 2 outs, all 7 runs unearned here in the 5th. 2 big errors by the Cowboys, opening the door for a big inning for Texas. And now batting for the second time of the inning is Jalen Flores, who struck out to start this 5th inning for the Longhorns. No balls and 2 strikes. On the ground towards third. Knocked down by Miola. Throw to first base, not in time. And the inning extends here for Texas.
Well, that's going to be a base hit. That was going to be a tough play. I think maybe if he comes up with that clean, he had to go a long ways to his left to try to get to this. We'll get another look at it. Reaches out. I mean, he had a chance. If he'd have got it clean, I think he does throw him out possibly. But he did have to go a long way to try to get that ball.
A runner on 2 away now for Cole Chamberlain. Walked and scored earlier in the inning. Speaking of big innings, Rhode Island earlier today scored 17 runs in an inning. They run ruled William and Mary by a score of 36-22. Imagine scoring 22 runs and getting run ruled.
I can't even. I don't know if I can imagine that. I don't know. I mean, I've seen this game. This game is crazy, and particularly in college baseball. The only thing that's certain is it's uncertain at times. And you know, man, I can't imagine. I can't imagine how long that 7-inning game lasted.
Runner goes for second, and Flores is there as the throw goes wide. Stolen base for Jalen Flores.
Jalen Flores finding his way on base and somewhere he's used to being. Wants to get in there and contribute offensively himself. It's a good jump. Sitting to second base and gets into scoring position.
Louisville had an 8-run inning earlier today against Arizona. Texas a 7-run 4th inning last night. Clemson in its game yesterday against Arizona had both a 7 and an 8-run inning. The 2-2. That'll fill the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and I was actually trying to talk about that when Rodriguez hit the double down the line. I think I've been impressed by just how advanced the offense is this weekend. After Friday, these teams have scored a lot of runs, and early in the year, we're going to see another walk. Early in the year like this, you're not always accustomed to seeing this much offense. Usually the pitching can be ahead of the hitting because they just hadn't seen a ton of, at-bats yet. And, now most of these programs have been able to inter squad because they're far enough south. They get outside as much as possible or have nice indoor facilities. But just historically, it used to be that the pitching would be ahead of the offense this time of year. Boy, I tell you what, from Saturday to now, it's been a lot of offense.
Here's Riley Galvan. Struck out earlier in the inning. Longhorns with 6 2-out hits in the game. Now 2-0. But a long half inning for Cowboy fans here in Arlington. That pitch is in there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Galvan.
It's been long enough that somebody might made it the last call at the concession stand and made it back to their seats.
The 2-2. Fouled away by Galvan. Well, how good have the Longhorns been over the last 2 nights with runners on base? They are 14 for 31.
Oh, that's just shy of 50%, but that's pretty good.
The 2-2. Count fills, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, hitting with men on base, there's an art to it. Some guys can really hit when nobody's on, and then just something different happens there once in a while with guys get in the box with guys on. They get outside themselves.
Galvan checks his swing this time. He's on with a walk to load the bases for Mendoza.
But the last 2 nights, these guys line up like both lineups, by the way. They've been able to capitalize when they've had some men on. And certainly done. You heard Coach Holliday talk about at the very beginning, way back in the beginning of the game, how they had a lot of 2-out hits as well, and how that separates the games and usually dictates the outcome.
13th bat of the inning now, Mendoza. That gets away from Doherty, and coming home to score for the Longhorns, Flores to make it 12-4.
It's just one of those innings. Like a breaker, looked like he almost got crossed up. It looked like he was expecting that ball in the middle part of the play. Yeah, he got crossed up, because I saw Doherty talking to him after he threw the ball to him, because he was sitting there thinking that ball was going to come right to him, and all of a sudden it was a breaker way away from him.
It was Mendoza's at-bat early in the inning that changed everything. Hit a fly ball to right. Nolan Schubert couldn't track it down. Unable to squeeze the ball. An error with 2 outs. And the Longhorns have scored 8 runs since. Swung on in the air to right field. That's hooking foul. And another great play made by a fan of the stands.
A night for the young fans. Everybody bringing their gloves. I love it. Old Dallas Tigers, a long-time select baseball team in the DFW area. 2 young men bring their gloves. They get rewarded for it. We're going to get another look at the replay. Oh, yeah. Look what I got. You don't think that's not going to show and tell tomorrow or Tuesday at school?
I think he might be a little old for show and tell time.
Okay. They all got phones anyway. All of his buddies just saw it. And I'm sure they'll all be texting it out. It'll make its way to Twitter. And all the above.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Punch foul by Mendoza.
Some cotton candy on his fingers, and he got the baseball. That baseball's got cotton candy all over it.
Strike 3 looking. That'll end the inning, but after 8 runs score for Texas. Huge inning for the Longhorns. One of the highlights, a Will Gasparino homer, his second of the weekend. Part of an 8-run fifth for Texas. Longhorns on top of the Cowboys, 12-4, as we head to the 6th for the Shriners Children's College Showdown.
Chick's new Golden Bowl is so big, it's a whole lot of yes and a whole lot of yum. So if you like big bowls, then we cannot lie. The new loaded mashed potato bowl is a whole lot of Golden Chick, a big bowl you can't deny.
Woodcraft and their dedicated Amagi business banker work together to put the us in business banking, creating a long-lasting relationship with open and quick communication. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amagi business banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll work to help put your business on solid financial footing with comprehensive financing options, earned interest on your accounts, and yes, the support you need to reach your business goals faster. Here we collaborate. Here you grow.
What an inning for the Texas Longhorns. 8 runs scored in the bottom of the 5th inning, all with 2 outs in what was a half-hour, half-inning. 29 minutes, 55 seconds in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, I'm going to go with an even 30 on it. And it was a long half inning. I mean, look, it's just college baseball every once in a while. We'll see moments like this. Not very often. Not very often, particularly with 2 good teams and such quality athletes and such well-coached players, but it can happen, and it did.
We head to the top of the 6th, 12-4, Longhorns on top. New pitcher in for Texas, Grayson Saunier. And now for head coach Jim Schlossnagle.
You know, the defense obviously had a lot to do with that, okay? I mean, I looked at the 2 plays, and they got a chance to end that inning, and it's done. But you still, from the offensive side of it, if you're Texas, you still have to deliver the hits, right? And, I mean, it's an offensive team. We've already talked, both these teams are. We've already talked about that, but you still got to do it. And they came up with some clutch and some big at-bats, and then, yeah, then they were able to extend the inning and their lead.
Avery Ortiz leads off for the Cowboys here in the 6th inning, working on an 0-for-2 night. One ball and 1 strike to Ortiz. Been a good weekend so far for the Cowboys shortstop. At the plate is homered twice. Swings this pitch. And from center field, Gasparino able to charge in and make the catch for the first out.
You want to see somebody just come flying in and attack a fly ball. Gasparino covers a lot of territory on this. The shortstop, left fielder, both are trying to converge on this to go out and get it. Watch him just come flying through, calling everybody off. And he almost makes it look easy, but that guy came a long ways to go catch that ball.
1 away for Saunier, the Longhorn reliever in the 6th. Now Aiden Miola for Oklahoma State takes ball 1. Two balls and no strikes. Cowboys down here, but a program that has had so much success over the years. Oklahoma State, an all-time winning percentage of .662, the 4th highest in Division I history. The only 3 programs with a better winning percentage These Texas Longhorns, Florida State, and Miami. Two balls, two strikes.
That's a lot of winning. Winning's hard too. Look, I was in this business for a long time as a coach and a head coach, and I used to tell people winning is not easy. Expectations are what they are, but winning is not easy, and that's a lot of winning by these programs. That's why people want it. That's why young guys want to go there and play, and why their programs are so successful and traditional, and why they've been such a huge part of the growth of college baseball and the popularity of college baseball, both these programs.
The Cowboys are also third in D1 history in trips to the NCAA tournament with 49. Ground ball that's going to stay fair for a base hit for Miola. Bounces off the railing, and Miola winds up at second base with a one-out double.
Looked like a backup slider from Saunier. Just sat there and spun. And Miola does a good job. Just sat there and spun on a front door, elevated. That's what you can do with something like that. Get that barrel out, hook it down the line, hit it past the third baseman, and have a stand-up double.
So Miola reaches for the first time tonight, on with a one-out double that brings up Nolan Schubert for OSU. A program that's been to the College World Series 20 times, 6 most in NCAA history. So many great players over the years as well. So, Ty, I have to ask, which record mark is more impressive from Oklahoma State? Pete Incaviglia's 100 home runs, or Robin Ventura's 58-game hitting streak?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Honest to goodness, I can't. I mean, obviously, it's easy to say Robin Ventura with the number of hits. Not easy to say. It's popular to say. That ball's got a chance to drop in.
Justress foul.
And I played against Robin, and I don't know that I'd seen a hitter with such a smooth, easy swing like he had. It was just, it was so, this is a strange way to say this, right? It was really beautiful to watch. I mean, it was just, so direct, but so smooth and easy. And then Pete Incaviglia, the big guy as we knew him in college, I mean, I saw him one night at Dish Falk Field hit a line drive that I shortstopped. Kobe Curlin was 5'7", right? One of the better players at UT as a shortstop, and he jumps for it. He jumped for a line drive, and that ball smashed the wall in left center. It just had incredible power, and along with the power was an accomplished hitter, obviously. And so, I mean, there's so many players that when you start dating back to the 80s and, that came out of Oklahoma State and, the pitchers and they were all almost known, seemed like as an offensive team, but they had plenty of great arms too. And I mean, it was for me to get a chance to watch those teams play and compete against them was a lot of fun. I mean, there was so many great games that came out of that. Got to know Gary Ward, who was just a tremendous person, tremendous baseball coach. And then obviously, one of my guys and all-time favorite people in the whole wide world, Cliff Gustafson, and what those guys did for college baseball and ESPN, and how that all got started with a ding of a bat, a metal bat on ESPN, and here we are today.
Full count to Schubert, and he'll take his walk. You mentioned Gary Ward, but again, how about the job that Josh Holliday's dad, Tom, did with this program as well?
I mean, look, again, it seemed like everybody would talk about the hitters, and they had unbelievable pitchers. And Coach Holliday, Tom, was an unbelievable assistant coach, recruiter, then became a really, really good head coach at Oklahoma State. You know, we were talking to Josh about what is it like when the Holliday family gets together for the holidays. Can you imagine? Think about all the baseball people in that family and what that means. When those guys sit down, and even the younger generation now that are playing professional baseball, and I mean, you're talking about sitting down at Thanksgiving and the baseball and the swings and the just the discussions, and it is a really tight-knit, close family.
Swing and a miss. And that is a strikeout for Sonye, second out of the inning. So Tom coached at Oklahoma State for 25 seasons. Josh, now the head coach for the Cowboys, 13 years and counting, played in the late 90s. His brother Matt, a tremendous big league career, 7-time Major League Baseball All-Star and a World Series champion with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, Matt's an all-around great athlete. I mean, there's nothing that guy couldn't do. He could hit, he could throw, he could field, he could play football, he could do anything. I mean, he was just an unreal all-around athlete.
And Josh, of course, grew up around the program around his dad. Born and raised in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Well, you pull into the outskirts, right when you hit the outskirts of Oklahoma State and Stillwater, you say the word Holliday, name Holliday, you've got everybody's attention in that town and on that campus.
A ball and 2 strikes to Brigham. Over 2 with a couple of strikeouts tonight for the Cowboys. The Holliday family synonymous with success at Oklahoma State. That ball rocked to right field at a base hit. Viola will round third, and he's going to score. That'll cut the lead down to 7. It's 12-5.
Tell you what, it's a good piece of hitting right there. Elevated middle. Gets the barrel to the top of it. Right in the middle of it. Does a good job. Line drive to right field. An RBI. There's no quitting these guys. I'm going to tell you what, they got tremendous pride. I mean, this game's got a lot of baseball left in it.
And now the hottest bat in the lineup for the Cowboys tonight, Ian Doherty. A 4 RBI night to include a 2-run homer. 1 ball, no strikes from Sonye. Count evens 1-1. Doherty got the Cowboys on the board with a 2-run single to first inning. Homered in the third. At the time, but the Cowboys on top 4-2. Texas again an explosive 5th inning. 8-run, 2-out rally for the Longhorns. Now on top by 7. The 2-2 over the head of Doherty for ball 3. The Cowboys stay in Arlington, not over after tonight. Got a midweek game coming up Tuesday against Texas State out of the Sun Belt Conference here at Globe Life Field. Grounded to the first baseman, Schuster. No, that was a line drive handled by Schuster and has it for the third and final out. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 12-5, Texas on top of Oklahoma State here from Globe Life Field. Texas on top 12-5, a huge 8-run 5th inning for the Longhorns. Navigating you through that big inning for Texas. It all started with an error by Nolan Schubert in right field. That error came with 2 outs. This error followed on a ground ball hit by Kimball Schuster. And the runs kept coming for Texas after that. Big hit for Adrian Rodriguez, his second double of the game. One batter later, Tommy Farmer, a 2-run base hit for the Longhorns, extending the lead for Texas. The damage not done there. Max Ballou with an RBI double of his own. Ballou a 2 RBI night. Next batter, Will Gasparino, and going deep for the second time this weekend. All part of an 8-run 5th inning for Texas. And now they lead by 7 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning on top of the Cowboys, 12-5.
Again, the defense came into play, which allowed that to happen, but Texas had to go up there and come up with the hits. They were able to. You know, we've talked about it on both of these teams. Both these teams have such a good lineup that if you give them extra outs and you give them extra opportunities, more times than not, they're going to take advantage of it and make you pay for it.
Ryan Ure now into the game for Oklahoma State, new reliever for the Cowboys. He'll face the top part of Texas's order. Kimball Schuster, Adrian Rodriguez, and Tommy Farmer for the Horns here in the 6th. And Ure's first pitch catches the strike zone. It's 0-1 to Schuster. One pitch in there. It's 0-2 now to the Longhorn first baseman. And now the count 1-2. Something else about that huge inning for Texas. Great 2-strike approaches by all the batters.
Yeah, they didn't chase. You know, throughout that inning, they didn't do a whole lot of chasing. That ball's got a chance to get down.
It will. Down for a base hit for Schuster, his first tonight.
This ball kept crawling in on him, and he was able to slide his hands inside, get that barrel to it, or at least part of the barrel to the baseball, but shows a little bit of his strength to be able to muscle it out just in front of the center fielder for a base hit.
Leadoff single for the Longhorns. That'll bring up Adrian Rodriguez. Leadoff man on for Texas for the 4th time tonight. And what a night it's been here for the batter, Rodriguez. Couple of doubles, a homer. Has scored 3 times and has driven in 2 runs. A very bright future for the freshman from Flower Mound, Texas. On the ground towards short. Ortiz to second for 1, to first for a 6-4-3 double play.
Well, perfectly executed double play. Starts with Ortiz. Ball to his right, hit pretty good. Got to shuffle over a couple steps. Does a good job feeling the ball. Decent enough feed. I'll tell you what, I got to be honest with you. Thompson did a pretty good job. That ball, his feed was below his knees. Had to go down there and get it and complete the double play.
Bases empty, 2 out for Tommy Farmer. About a 2-run single is a part of that big inning for Texas in the 5th. Swing and a miss, falls behind, 0-2. You're trying to get through the Longhorns in order here in the 6th inning. Farmer wouldn't chase. That'll run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Max Blue waits in the on-deck circle for the Longhorns. We're looking to make it a winning weekend this after suffering a tough loss to open up the tournament on Friday. Bounced back with a run rule victory over Ole Miss last night. On top 12-5 here as Farmer strikes out for the 4th time tonight. That's it for the Longhorns in the 6th inning. We head to the 7th from Arlington. Texas 12, Oklahoma State 5. You're watching the Shriners Children's College Showdown on Flow College. Your college sports have a home on Flow College. Watch more than 12,000 college sporting events from 100 schools and 12 different conferences only on Flow College. Head to flowcollege.com today to see everything now. We head to the top of the 7th from Globe Life Field. Texas on top 12-5 over the Oklahoma State Cowboys. The matchup between the Big 12 and the SEC. Bottom third of the order due up for the Cowboys in the 7th. They'll face a new pitcher on the mound for Texas, Cody Howard. The 6-arm Jim Schlossnagle has run out onto the mound tonight. Cade Bing started the game for Texas, did not escape the first inning. Since then, a lot of the bullpen for the Longhorns. And for the most part, Todd, they've held their own against a good Cowboy lineup.
They have. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's a really good Cowboy lineup, and with a lot of baseball still left to play.
Three balls and no strikes.
And a lot of different looks. You know, you get a chance. Each of the right-handed guys that Texas has run out there tonight's got a little bit different look to them, a little different feel to them. Which gives Coach Schlossnagle a lot of different options moving forward. And certainly, if you're in the Texas dugout, the last thing you want to see at this point when you get a lead built up against a good offensive team is go out there and walk the leadoff guy. But just getting settled in out there on the mound, you got to be able to come back after you do walk one and be able to make pitches afterwards.
Here's Brock Thompson, who's been on twice. Another pitch out of the zone from Howard. Something I love about this ballpark is the way that it embraces the history of the big league club here, the Texas Rangers. You look and you see the banners high above the rafters, noting all their division championships, American League pennants, and of course their 2023 World Series title. And something else that we pointed out at last year's tournament worth noting again is the outfield dimensions here tie into the history of Texas Rangers baseball. The numbers that you see along the outfield fence are not random. There's a reason for them. Ground ball to short. Flores flips his second, turn back to first in time for the out for the double play.
If you love infield play like I do and you like to watch it at a high level, this is a high level play for multiple reasons. That ball is smashed right at Jalen Flores, and so he's got a handful of options. One, to try to sit on it. Watch this right here, this replay. That ball is smashed right at him. He sits on it, meaning chest forward. As he gets it smothered, makes the perfect feed, feeds it to the bag. Mendoza goes over and grabs it barehanded and completes the double play.
Nobody on, two away for Braden Smith. Takes a strike, it's 0-1. Down the left field line into the corner, it is 334 feet from home plate. The reason for the number 34, that was the number of Nolan Ryan. That ball headed towards left field. Tommy Farmer is there for Texas, and Howard faces a minimum in the top of the 7th inning. Time to stretch in Arlington. All Longhorns against the Cowboys on top 12-5. We're back after this on Flow College. Welcome back to Globe Life Field. 12-5 Texas on top as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. And there's at 3:34 we were talking about down into the left field corner here at Globe Life Field. 410 feet. Just to the left of center field and right, the number 10 for Michael Young, whose number retired here in Texas. You go to dead center field, 407 feet. There's 372, the number 72, the first year for the Rangers in Arlington. And there you go, 407 feet from center field, the number 7 for the retired jersey number of Pudge Rodriguez.
That's creative. I mean, that is. And you can see, you continue on, but that is just so creative.
374, the first winning season for the Rangers in Arlington. The former Washington Senators who moved here to Arlington in '72. You go down to the right field line, into the right field corner. 326 feet from home plate. In honor of the retired number of former longtime manager Johnny Oates. So we got all the outfield dimensions carry significance here at Globe Life Field. Max Ballou fouls that one away. Count of 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, I can jump in just a little bit on that history. Not to this ballpark, but the original Rangers ballpark. I was there the night Davy Clyde made his debut in the Rangers right out of high school.
Max Ballou with a base hit up the middle. Another productive night for the Longhorn outfielder. Ballou has been on base all 5 times this evening.
Well, if I'm reading this right, he's a triple away from having a cycle. And he's a triple away from having a little more than the cycle, meaning adding a base on ball on there too. I mean, if you're just going to go round it out.
There you see the number 42. It is 42 feet from home plate to the backstop of the number 42, of course, in honor of Jackie Robinson, whose number retired throughout Major League Baseball.
I like it.
Here's Will Gasparino. Ballou takes off for second. Here's a throw down, not in time. It is possible, I never would have thought this coming into this ultra competitive tournament, but possible if Texas finds a way to score 3 times in the inning. We will have had a run rule in 4 consecutive games.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that at all. I mean, I would have been surprised that there would have been 1. Just going into it. I mean, I thought there might be some scoring on Sunday. Today, you know, if I'm looking at it from afar when I was driving in on Thursday night, just trying to think ahead what, you know, I thought the games are going to be like, just playing a game with myself and through my experiences with college baseball. But you're right, I don't know that I wouldn't have, if somebody would have said this, you know, even 3, I'd have said, no, I don't think so.
And we were close, or the tournament was close to having 2 other run rules. Clemson beat Arizona yesterday 16-5, but they took that 11-run lead in the 9th inning. Oklahoma State 12-3 winners over Louisville. 1 run shy of a run rule victory yesterday. Texas started the streak with their 10-0 win over Ole Miss last night. 2-run rules earlier in the day. Louisville over Arizona 13-1 and 8. Ole Miss over Clemson 15-5 and 7. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Gasparino down on strikes. That'll bring up Jalen Flores for Texas. Grounds the first pitch foul for strike one. "12 runs on 13 hits and an error for Texas tonight. 5 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors for Oklahoma State. And those 3 errors leading to 8 unearned runs.
You know, it's a conversation piece amongst coaches, scouts, people in the baseball world about the velocity we see today. I mean, again, you know, it used to be 90, used to be a marker, you know, that you had a good fastball. And, you know, we're seeing these guys, you know, opening day here was explosive.
On the ground to short, that's going to get through for a base hit for Flores. Blue will stop at third, and that puts runners in the corners.
Yeah, Blue had to make sure that ball got through. It was just to the right of Ortiz and didn't want him to have to come up and field it and then throw him out at third base. Did what a good base runner's supposed to do, freeze, make sure it gets through, and it did. Now you got runners on the corner with 1 out, but what I was going at, it's just so many pitchers now that they train for velo, and there's this discussion about, you know, so many guys anywhere from 92 to 96 miles an hour, and it used to be a rarity. And it just is a more common than it's not nowadays. And these guys train for it, they work at it, they understand what it takes to train for velocity. And rip breakers, you know, hard breakers as well. But the thing that has started to match it up is the offense. I mean, these guys are getting their own time on these 93 to 97 mile an hour fastballs. You know, used to you could sit back there and go, man, you got a 96 mile an hour fastball, just let it rip, let it eat, right? You know, those guys aren't going to catch up. And the hitters have learned how to train for the velo, and they've learned how to get on time, to get set up in time to put a swing, you know, something with that kind of velocity. And so if you're going to throw that hard, I mean, it's still got to do something at the end of that fastball, and you've got to have a secondary to back it up, because these hitters, somehow, some way, they're learning how to catch up with it.
Cowboys going back to the bullpen. Tommy Allman into the game now for the Cowboys. And we'll step away. Texas on top by 7. Got a couple runners on base with 1 out as they lead here in Arlington. The bottom of the 7th already underway. A little late recognizing the 7th inning stretch, but let's do it now. The 7th inning stretch brought to you by Amagi Bank. Bottom of the 7th inning at a 7-run game. Texas may be thinking run rule. 2-1, 1 out. Pinch hitter coming up for the Longhorns, Casey Borba. He'll face a new pitcher for the Longhorns, or for the Cowboys rather, Tommy Allman. And now for Oklahoma State. Borba, the sophomore from Santa Ana, California. And the first pitch from Allman is a miss for ball 1. Runners on base, Max Ballou and Jalen Flores both reaching on singles. And Borba represents the winning run.
There was at times last year where Borba showed some really good signs of power. He's got some pull side power.
Had 4 homers a year ago for Texas as a freshman. Some big hits in conference series against Oklahoma and TCU. Allman's 1-1. Going to throw back to first instead. That's a take for Borba to run the count to 2-1. Borba, a player that participated in Team USA Baseball's Prospect Developmental League. Runner takes off for second base. This ball sky to the air to center. Braden Smith under it. Ballou will tag from third. He'll come to the plate and scores. The throw is cut off to make it 13-5.
That's the advantage of having a guy 90 feet away from home plate when you're a hitter. A nice routine fly ball out to center field. Runner at third base goes back to tag. Flores was on the move on the pitch. And a steal second base. But Ballou able to reach home safely. Fly ball just deep enough to get him in.
Here's Riley Galvan. Pops up the first pitch he sees. Near the line and right in foul territory. The catch made by Schubert to end the 7th inning. We head to the 8th in an 8-run game. Texas 13, Oklahoma State 5. In the final game of the weekend from the Shriners Children's College Showdown. We're back after this on Flow College. Back out at Globe Life Field. Longhorn fans taking in the third and final game of the day. Texas has played at the nightcap in all 3 games this weekend against Louisville on Friday, Ole Miss last night, Oklahoma State this evening. Cowboy fans still hanging around as well, with their Pokes down 13-5 as we head to the top of the 8th inning.
You know, I'll take the question and throw it at you. Of the games we've done, it's been what, this will be 5 total that you and I have worked this weekend, I think. What's impressed you the most? You see a lot of baseball. You and I call a lot of baseball together. This weekend, what's grabbed your attention?
Some of these big innings. You know, I got just the way these teams have hit, especially with 2 outs. Texas, 8 runs with 2 outs back in the 5th inning. Louisville earlier today had an 8-run rally with 2 outs against Arizona. So the ability for these offenses to turn things on down to the final out of frame has been really impressive.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, you're right on. I mean, no inning is just over till it's over with these guys. They just, I think that talks about the competitiveness, though, to the offensive guys. But, you know, with the exception of tonight a little bit, I think the defense has been pretty clean. You're going to make errors. I mean, that's just, you're not going to go through this many games and not have some defensive plays, particularly early in the year. And coming to a surface you're not completely familiar with, even though this is about as nice a surface you're going to go play on, the turf dirt surface. I mean, I've watched this turf now for 2 years, 3 years, and how it plays into the dirt, it just plays beautifully. If I was an infielder, I would.
That ball drilled towards center field, going to drop in for a base hit for Ortiz. I would say the starting pitching has been a bit spotty so far this weekend. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would. I mean, now hold on. Now I would go back to Friday night. Texas's starter was really good, and then again, Harrison last night was really good as well. So, you know, Ole Miss. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair to say spotty. I mean, in between, you know, you expect those guys to be good.
Hunter Elliott, one of the big stories for Ole Miss, as that ball is shot foul. 5 scoreless innings in his return to the mound for the Rebels, and the win over Arizona on Friday. For the Longhorns, the first 2 starters, Jared Spencer, Luke Harrison, a combined 12 innings from those 2 with no runs given up and 12 strikeouts. If you recall, Aiden Canuck for Clemson struck out the first 6 batters he faced until Oklahoma State finally got to him.
Yeah, Ortiz got him. Hitting in the 9-hole that day, right? Friday. And caught a breaker, or maybe caught a 3-2 breaker or 2-2 breaker and hit it out to left, and that was the beginning of it.
That rolls to the backstop, and that will allow Ortiz to take second base. Another big weekend on deck next weekend here in Arlington, Arkansas, TCU, Michigan, and Kansas State playing here at Globe Life Field. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as Miola takes a strike. Catfield's 3-2. All 3 days available here in Flow College. Look back at that pitch, and you can see why Miola thought he had a walk.
Well, what college programs do now, Brant, they take, we've had this strike box all weekend, right? It's been a lot of fun, and our our crew at Flo College has done an unbelievable job of presenting it and letting us look where the ball's in the strike zone, out of the strike zone. But the hitters in college base, they train to it now with TrackMan. So in their at-bats and practice, even as detailed as in BP, they get to learn what a strike is. And what's happened now, used to you would have some umpires that would call it 2, 3, 4 balls off the plate, right? Strikes, and they were not strikes. Well, now the umpires are graded off of TrackMan. So they have to call what are strikes, or they get it. You know, it's like getting your test at the end of the of class, and that's what these umpires get. And so they are trained off of TrackMan as well. The hitters are and the umpires are.
Thanks to Major League Baseball for allowing us to use the technology on our broadcasts this week in Flo College. And Jim Schlossnagle is going to go to the bullpen and bring in a new arm for Texas. That'll be it for Cody Howard. Into the game now for the Longhorns, Aiden Moffitt. 2 on, nobody out for the Cowboys in the top of the 8th inning, trying to chip away at an 8-run lead. We're back after this. New pitcher into the game now for Texas, Aiden Moffitt, the 7th pitcher the Longhorns have used tonight. Jim Schlossnagle had to go to the bullpen early, all the way back in the 1st inning. The starter, Cade Bing, only got 2 outs before he was pulled in favor of Max Grubbs. Valances, Rerick, Saunier, Howard, and Moffitt have now all made appearances for the Longhorns here tonight, protecting an 8-run lead. 2 on, nobody out for the Cowboys, and Nolan Schubert batting now for Oklahoma State.
A little bit different arm slot from Moffitt. 3/4 arm slot. See that fastball run left to right. It's a good arm. Starts him off with a changeup. It's 78, but it's a good arm. It's got good velo. And when it's real good, that left to right movement on it's got a little bit of sink at the end of it.
Gets away from Galvan, and both runners are going to advance. Now Ortiz to third base, Aiden Miola to second. Strike 1. So again, Oklahoma State with a midweek game here in Arlington on Tuesday. After that, they play their home opener in a series against UT Arlington next weekend in Stillwater. 3-1 to Schubert. Swing and a miss on a fastball at 95. Fills the count at 3-2. The Cowboys playing here at the home of the Rangers. Well, they also play at the home of the Astros, the Astros Foundation College Classic, in 2 weekends. So they'll take on Tennessee, Texas A&M, and Mississippi State.
Well, you're getting a glimpse from Moffitt what that fastball can look like. And heck, at this point up here, you can hear it. I mean, it's a 95, 96 mile an hour heavy fastball. He's got confidence in that changeup. He just do it in a 3-2 count.
Battle load the bases on a borderline pitch. Bases full of Cowboys, nobody out here in the 8th.
Yeah, we're going to get a chance to see if this was in the strike zone. Just over the top of it, maybe just nick the bottom of the baseball, maybe nicks the strike box.
And it looks like that's going to be it for Moffitt. Another change here for Texas. Moffitt is done. Longhorns now turn to Will Mercer. Bases full of Cowboys, nobody out of the 8th inning in an 8-run game. Back after this for the Shriners Children's College Showdown. Nearly reaching the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour here in Arlington from North Texas. The 9th and final game of the weekend has been one of the longest. As we resume play here in the top of the 8th inning. Texas on top 13-5. Another pitching change for the Longhorns. Will Mercer into the game now for Texas. The 8th different arm the Longhorns have used here tonight. Mercer, the senior out of Houston, Texas, on now here for the Horns. And Harrod's the bases loaded with nobody out, facing Jason Jones. Swung on, fly ball towards left field, and a diving catch made by Tommy Farmer. What a play in left. Ortiz will score, but what a play by Farmer.
We're going to get another look at this. He comes crashing in, gets a great break on the ball, comes running right at it, catches it as he's diving forward, which is one of the hardest dives when you're diving right at it. And you're right. What a tremendous catch.
Great play by Farmer left. First down of the inning. A run across makes it 13-6. Now Colin Brigham. That gets away from Galvan, and the runners will advance.
You know, if you go back to Farmer's catch, when he catches it, he's going forward. He has to squeeze the glove tight enough because when he landed, his elbow and arms landed hard on there, and a lot of times that'll jar the ball out of the glove.
1 ball, no strikes. Fouled away by Brigham. One of the great defensive plays of the weekend made by Tommy Farmer. Think about his catch and Rylan Galvan's tonight. Scorched up the middle for a base hit. That's going to score a pair of runs for the Cowboys. Brigham drives in 2. It's a 5-run game.
Now Oklahoma State showing you what type of fight they've got in them, and then also what kind of offense they have in them. There's no go away in these guys. They got a lot of pride, and they want to win, and they think they can believe in, they think they can win that dugout until somebody tells them the game's over. They put together some good at-bats here in the 8th.
Three runs across for the Cowboys here in the 8th inning. Now Doherty, who's had a 4 RBI night. Strike 1 from Mercer. Swing and a miss. Solid breaking ball, runs the count to 0-2. There's a fly ball hit out towards left. Farmer, a far more routine catch this time for the second out.
That's a good pitch. I mean, I think everybody thought he was going to go with a breaker, something off speed, secondary, maybe a elevated fastball. Runs the fastball in on him. Traps his barrel. It's a lazy fly ball out to left field for the second out.
And now Donovan LaSalle, the 7th batter of the inning. Grounded foul for strike 1. Donovan LaSalle, the batter, the sophomore from Lake Charles, Louisiana, was the Louisiana Player of the Year in high school from a great high school program, Barb High School out there in Lake Charles.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, if you want to go out there and write down the history of great players, college players, pro players that have come out of that high school, you better get your tablet out. It's going to be a little while. They've had a bunch of them.
Foul back for strike 2. Saw LaSalle go deep on Friday against Clemson. Hit his first career home run a year ago against Oklahoma. It was a go-ahead 3-run shot in the 7th inning against the Sooners.
You got 3-2 on the count, 2 outs, runner at first. Regelman's going to be off on the pitch.
Mercer's 3-2. Got him looking, strike 3 and a pitch on the outer half. LaSalle strikes out to end the 8th on a pitch that looked to be off the plate. But LaSalle goes down looking, and that'll do it for the Cowboys in the inning. 3-run score to make it a 5-run game. On a pitch that looked to be outside, we go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 13-8, Texas on top. Bottom of the 8th inning underway here from Globe Life Field. 13-8, Texas on top. Coming up for the Longhorns, Mendoza, Schuster, and Rodriguez. Longhorns try to add to a 5-run lead. Cowboys got 3 across in the top of the 8th inning. As Mendoza faces Tommy Allman. A strike call to make it 2-1. A lot of great moments for these Cowboys in this ballpark, Globe Life Field. Been kind of a home away from home from Stillwater. They played in these pre-conference tournaments. They play in the conference tournament as well. Globe Life Field, home of the Big 12 Conference Tourney. The Cowboys won a championship a year ago. Full count, 3-2.
Well, if you're going to play your conference tournament here, you might as well get your players out on the surface so they understand what it's like. Get the dimensions in the outfield, because there's so many nuances in the outfield and down the lines. See ball 4, it just makes sense to try to come here and play as many times as you can. Plus, early in the year like this, the weather makes all the difference, you know, in the world. You're trying to get at bats, and you don't have to worry about what the cold front's blowing in. Making it from here to the bus isn't that far, and so just trying to ensure you're going to get at bats and time in, and so I don't blame them. I'd play here as much as I can. As you mentioned earlier, they're going to stick around and play on Tuesday against Texas State. And they play well here.
Just got to look at the Big 12 tournament title for this season. And what is a vastly different looking conference this year, the subtractions of Texas and Oklahoma, the additions of Arizona, Arizona State, and Utah, now in the Big 12.
Yeah, you know, we're kidding, kind of, at the beginning of the year, even in football, way back in the fall, about having to sit down and geographically look at all the conferences and who's in and what conference and who's not, because there was so much realignment done. And I've got obviously a much better idea now, but it was a lot of change.
Fly ball hit to right. Nolan Schubert makes the catch. And the runner tags from first to second. There's the tag down, but not in time. Mendoza safe at second base.
Well, Mendoza alertly, anytime a ball's foul, right, there's no need to get off the bag and go halfway. You got nowhere to go. So once you recognize that it's foul, your job as a base runner at first base is to go tag up. In case he catches it like that up against the fence or catches it on the fence, falls down, and alertly he goes to second base. I don't know if we're going to see if the umpires are going to go take a look at this, and they're going to go take a look at this play to see if he was possibly out at second base. I thought it was close when he came up to throw.
And so now official review to see whether or not Mendoza's safe at second.
And we'll get a look here. Slides. Oh, it's bang, bang. Does he stay on the bag, though? Well, his gloves come off of there at that point. Kind of hard to tell at this angle. It definitely was close.
And you have to go back to the call in the field. You see the call from second base umpire Blake Fella, says he's safe. Is there, again, there's that word, indisputable evidence to overturn it?
You know, it's a hard slide, not a bad, no, I mean a good slide, just aggressive in a sense that he knew he was a possibility it was going to be a close play. Second, Ortiz does a good job of getting the short hop, fielding it. I mean, it looks to me like he's safe. I don't see anything from this angle that would tell me that there's anything different. But going back early in the game, I thought the ball hit the guy on the foot too, which I
still believe.
Still believe.
Yeah.
It's my story and I'm sticking to it. They're taking a long look at it.
Call the field. Mendoza was safe. We'll see if the call stands. It does. And so Mendoza's safe at second base. One out in the eighth inning. That'll bring up Adrian Rodriguez. And what a night it's been for Rodriguez tonight. Couple of doubles and a homer for Texas. One ball, one strike.
You know, it's been a long game. I don't know how long officially it's been going.
Now we're at 4 hours.
Is that what it is? Yeah. So, but my point, those catchers have had to work hard. Both these guys, Galvan's caught all 3 games this weekend. They've been 4 hours on their knees, blocking balls, trying to catch. And early in a year like this, that's a lot. I mean, now they're expected to. I'm not saying they shouldn't be in there. They should be. They need to be in there. But it's a process for them to get their stamina built up as well. But those guys have caught a lot of thrown baseballs, gotten to their knees quite a bit, blocking balls.
That ball shot to right field and another base hit for Rodriguez. Mendoza rounds third, but now puts on the brakes, and that'll place runners in the corners.
Well, I mean, this guy just continues to impress every time he comes to the plate. They couldn't score him, Mendoza, because he had to freeze because the line drive was hit at the second baseman. It looked like he might have a chance to catch it. So that meant Mendoza had to freeze, make sure it got through. That young man just continues to hit.
Now Tommy Farmer's had a couple of really special moments in this game. At the plate at a 2-run single as a part of that 8-run fifth inning, and then tie that great catch in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, and you know, they had some momentum. Ended up scoring 3, but they had some momentum, and that great catch may possibly have prevented some other run scoring, and this being even a little bit tighter game.
Runner takes off for second. Rodriguez is safe. That'll place runners at second and third for the Longhorns.
Well, what you see here is a double steal, first and third steal. The runner at third fakes like he's going. That makes the shortstop and or second baseman, whoever has coverage, has to respect it and makes him think he's going to the plate. Watch him act like he's going, and he checks him. See how he looked at him, moved to the front of the bag, and that allowed the runner from first going to second, Rodriguez, to slide in safely at second. We got a pitch clock violation, I think is what they're calling.
Two balls, no strikes to Farmer. Longhorns offensively 15 hits tonight. They had 11 last night against Ole Miss.
Okay, we've got confusion on what the count is now between the coaches and the umpires. Coach Holliday's coming out and discussing what the count is with John Bramer, the home plate umpire. So he's trying to get an explanation from him on what happened on the pickoff move in the middle. Appears they've got it worked out. Sometimes as a coach, everybody else thinks they've got it worked out, but you don't. In your mind, you don't.
Now the heart of the plate on a fastball, strike one to Farmer. Max Ballou on deck for Texas. And the 2-1. Fouled away for strike two.
If you're Farmer, somehow you got to get this ball in play. You need to shorten up a little bit, or just tighten your approach down, take in the whole field.
That walk will load the bases. Farmer's on for the second time. Bases full for the Longhorns. That'll bring up Max Ballou. And this might lead to another change here for Oklahoma State. Rob Walton back out there for the Cowboys. And that will be the end for Tommy Allman. That'll bring Brendan Phillips out of the bullpen for Oklahoma State. 13-8. Longhorns on top. Bases low to the bottom of the 8th, and we're back after this. The 7th arm of the night on the mound for Oklahoma State. Brendan Phillips into the game now for the Cowboys. The junior out of Owasso, Oklahoma, the lefty on the hill here for the Pokes. 21 career appearances for Oklahoma State. 13 of those in relief. Had a pair of starts a year ago of his 11 appearances for the Cowboys. And on the mound now to face Max Ballou, who's had a big night for Texas. 4 for 4 with a double and a home run. Bases full, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch is fouled back for a strike.
Oklahoma State deciding to go with a left-left matchup. I think you're going to see a fair share of sliders from Phillips, leading him off on the first pitch with one. I think we'll see a few of them.
Grounded foul, runs the count to 1-2.
Indoor sliders. First 2 away. Third one he starts at him and keeps it in.
Another breaking ball there from Phillips. Well, how impressive was that home run from Ballou earlier in the game?
Oh, man. That ball it wasn't that high. I mean, and to go to the deepest part of the park.
Hit it to dead center field just over the 407 sign.
I mean, I guess there's a 410 to the corners over there, but to leverage your bat out to center field and to hit it on a line like he did. Got another pitch count. I meant pitch clock violation.
And so now the count fills. The Longhorns have loaded the bases with a couple of walks and a base hit. Mendoza, Rodriguez, Farmer on base. Blue grounds that pitch foul.
Tell you what, that's a pretty good job by Blue fouling that off. He finally goes to a fastball. I think it's been 5 or 6 sliders. He tries to sneak a fastball underneath him. Blue does a good job fighting it off and fouling it off.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. Blue retired for the first time tonight. A healthy dose of the slider there from Brennan Phillips.
Yep. Sped him back up with that fastball before that he had to protect and foul off, and he goes right back to his slider and strikes him out.
Another violation against Phillips. Starts the count at a ball and no strikes. That'll make it 2-0. Gasparino swings and lashes that one foul.
Well, I mean, if you're Texas at this point, Brent, you got a 5-run lead, but you would love to see expand that out a little bit. Just give you a little bit more comfort. Another violation.
Now a 3-1 pitch. And that'll walk in a run. Mendoza will score. Gasparino drives him in. He's had a 4 RBI night, and it makes it 14-8. Brings up the potential winning run in Jalen Flores. Well, a changeup takes strike one.
Flores' swings over the last couple games, over the last couple at bats have gotten better and better and better. A little more comfortable. I tell you, they've done a good job tonight. Oklahoma State has, pitching Flores down around the knees. I mean, they've thrown him a lot of balls down there right at the knees and even right below it.
The 0-2, swing and a miss, strikes him out to end the inning. The Longhorns leave the bases loaded as we head to the 9th. Oklahoma State down to its final 3 outs, trailing by 6 runs here from Globe Life Field in Arlington. The Oklahoma State Cowboys down to their final 3 outs, trailing 14-8 as we head to the top of the 9th inning. Third and final game of the day. Here from Globe Life Field earlier today, Louisville with a run rule victory over Arizona. The Cardinals finished their stay in Arlington going 2-1. Ole Miss run ruling Clemson. Rebels and the Clemson Tigers both finishing 2-1. Texas 3 outs away from a 2-1 finish themselves. And now they turn to Andre Duplantier for the final 3 outs here in the 9th inning.
Well, they've made an arm angle change with Duplantier. When he started his college career, and even up until a year ago, he was a little more over the top. Set around 88 to 91. When he came in as a freshman, was it 92, 94 mile an hour guy, had surgery, fought back from it to get back out there. A year ago, it was a lot of sliders and cutters. Now they changed his arm action a little bit. You'll see that's almost a low 3/4, not quite sidearm. Gets enough of the baseball to the top of it to make it sink a little bit, but it's going to move left to right with his fastball, and then obviously right to left with his slider.
2 balls, no strikes, facing Brock Thompson to start the 9th inning here for Oklahoma State. So again, Louisville, Clemson, Ole Miss all finishing 2-1. Arizona going winless in their trip to Arlington. Wildcats finishing 0-3. Duplantier's 3-0 has the heart of the plate for strike 1. Fouled away, fills the count to Thompson, 3-2.
Well, at this point, if you're a pitcher, if you're Duplantier, you got a 6-run lead. Walks is what you don't want. Get in there, and you're going to try to fill the strike zone up, even if you have to go to the middle of the strike zone.
Full count pitch. Hit in the air to center field. Long run for Gasparino. It's over his head and it's off the wall. Thompson on his way to second base with a leadoff double.
Brock Thompson taking advantage of a fastball right down the middle. Laces that ball to center field. One hops the center field wall. Nice piece of hit.
On for the 3rd time tonight. And now the 9-hole hitter here for Oklahoma State, Braden Smith. If the score holds, by the way, with Texas on top by 6, the Longhorns will be crowned as the Shriners Children's Tournament champion due to run differential. Texas lost by run on Friday, won by 10 last night, leading by 6 right now. Now the count evens 2-2. Again next week at this ballpark, Arkansas, TCU, Michigan, and Kansas State. The weekend after that, 4 more premier programs: Oregon State, Auburn, Baylor, and Ohio State here in Arlington.
that's great baseball. Back to back to back, 3 weekends, great teams, great host, a lot of fans.
Up the middle, a scorcher hit back to Duplantier, able to make the catch for the first out of the inning, and almost doubled off tops at his second base.
How about this play, Art? He catches it off the end because it went to Duplantier like a changeup. It looks like he catches it. Now, watch him right here. Off the end of the base, he catches. Now, watch the athletic play thrown it to second base. Like a shortstop. Nice catch and a nice throw.
And out of the top of the order to Avery Ortiz. In there for strike 0-1. There will also be a midweek game, February 26, here from Arlington, available on Flow College. LSU playing Dallas Baptist. A couple of teams ranked in the top 25. Just like we have here, 17th ranked OSU and 19th ranked Texas. Swing and a miss on the slider from Duplantier. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ortiz.
It's been a long day, but how about a shout out to our Flow College crew, the cameras, the directors, producers, everybody that had a hand in this. They have been unreal all weekend long.
Ortiz strikes out, and the Cowboys are down to their final out. Just a filthy looking slider there from Duplantier.
That slider's covering a lot of ground. And a really good velocity. He's got great spin to it. There you can see that ball moving left to right with a little bit of sink to it. That's what they wanted to see. They moved him over to that arm slot, and he's taking a hold of it. Throwing that ball really well from that arm slot.
A swing and a miss, and now the Cowboys down to their final strike.
That'll get the Longhorn fans up, the ones that are still here.
The 0-2 fouled away, and Miola stays alive. If Miola can reach, that would give Nolan Schubert another at-bat for Oklahoma State.
Doing a good job of staying on that slider. That's a tough pitch to stay on for those right-handed hitters. That ball's starting out right out by their shoulder and their hip. They're having to hold in there on it and fight it off. As it starts in the middle or starts at him a little bit, then just keeps running away. Really tough on the right-handed hitters.
The 1-2. And Miola again fights off another pitch there from Duplantier. That time came back with a fastball.
He did. 3 sliders away in a row. And he tries to sneak a 91-mile-an-hour fastball in on him. He's able to fight it off.
The 1-2. On the ground towards short. Flores, a throw to first base, is in time for the out to end the game. Well, hold on a second.
I think we're going to see, yeah, Coach Holliday came out of the dugout immediately and wanted them to go take a look at it. He felt like his base runner beat the throw out. It was bang, bang. But he immediately came out of the dugout, and so they're going to go take a look at it at the request of Coach Holliday.
Is it possible Schuster's foot came off the bag?
I didn't see that. I know we'll get another chance to look at it here in just a second. I don't know that I saw that. I think it's more about whether he beat the throw out or not. It's bang, bang. I think he got him, I mean, by a half a step. I think he's going to be out. That ball's right out in front of the glove. Foot's not quite. Now the ball disappears from the end of the glove. This foot above the base.
Yeah, I think this is going to stand.
I mean, it's got to be, what'd you call it earlier?
Indisputable.
Indisputable.
Yep.
Well, I'm 1 for 2 tonight, so I'm still standing by to hit him on the toe early in the game, but we're going to get another angle of this by the great camera work by our Flow College crew. This will be a much clearer angle. Ball appears to be in the glove and secured right as the heel.
And Schuster's foot is definitely on the bag.
Yeah, he's on the back. I think his foot was just over the top of the bag. Well, the two most popular guys in this ballpark right now are the two umpires in there, and when they come out, all eyes in this ballpark who are left here at this ballpark are going to turn. They may not have had this much attention in a while. Great work, by the way, with our camera crew, and here we go.
He's out. And that'll end the game, and Texas secures a winning weekend here in Arlington. What a way for Jim Sostek to start his tenure here at Texas.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, that's a great way to start any weekend with this kind of competition, the teams you're playing, the quality opponents, the types of players, coaches, traditions. I mean, so many things that go into having a successful weekend, you know, and even the teams that didn't, you know, that came out 1 and 2, there's so much you take away as a coach from weekends like this when you play high competition like this, right? Everybody's good. There's so many learning pieces of it, but it's just so many things that you get to take away from here and go home and start spending some time with your players and start to work on.
And again, Ty, the big story of this game, that huge inning for Texas, the 8-run fifth. The door opened because of a couple errors by Oklahoma State. All 8 runs unearned, all scored with 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the premium on defense is so vital in any game at any time, and it appeared that that's what opened the inning up. And if you give a team with this kind of offense, like Texas has the ability to do 1 through 9 with such balance in it right now, if you give them that opportunity, they've got a better chance of taking advantage of it, and they did.
How about the weekend overall? Great baseball all around here in Arlington.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's been unreal. I mean, it's been so much fun. It's been always a lot of fun to work with you and the Flow College crew, but it's just fun. Look, it was opening week. I was nervous, and I'd get so amped up for opening weekend, you know, going back to Friday, and I enjoy it so much, and still getting a chance to be a part of it by doing the broadcast side of it, and you know, opening day special, opening weekends even special, and now it sets in, right? The season starts to set in as a coach. You kind of get to, you know, talk about what happens in the games and start to move it forward into more into practice and different things, but the season's off and running now.
Momentarily, we're going to hear from our player of the game, Max Ballou. What a weekend Max Ballou had for Texas.
Wow. I mean, and a guy that missed some time early in spring practice and, you know, wasn't able to get the reps that everybody else was getting. And, you know, for him to come out here this weekend and to perform at the level that he performed, and I thought was just unreal. Again, reps are so important. And, man, he just had a great day today. I mean, his first at bat, I think even back on Friday, I think he hit a double the other way. And so there was just a lot of great things that came out from Max Ballou and the Longhorn baseball team.
Texas being recognized as the champions of the Shriners Children's College Showdown here in 2025. They go 2-1 and have the best run differential of all the teams. It really says something about the way Texas played. A bouncing back tie after a tough loss Friday against Louisville.
Well, they were one pitch away from sweeping this, right? I mean, they one pitch away with 2 outs and had a chance to sweep the tournament. Go back now. Let's think about the pitching performances that they had. Now you start talking about, you know, Spencer throws 6 shutout innings, and they follow it up. Luke Harrison follows it up yesterday with shutout innings again and an unreal efficient, really efficient, you know, 68 pitch outing.
And now we go down to the field. We're going to be joined by Leanza Peroni visiting with our player of the game, Max Ballou, for the Texas Longhorns. Leanza?
Big time win in a big time venue. You were just named the tournament champions. Describe your emotions right now.
Yeah, just really proud of the guys, the way we competed all weekend.
This was a long game against a former conference foe. How did the team manage to keep their composure and stay focused on the task at hand?
Yeah, just try to stay locked in the whole game, stay calm, and just be ready for anything in the game.
This was an electric start to the season. How would you describe the identity of this team after playing 3 games together?
I just really like the way we bond and compete with one another.
What are you most looking forward to as you take on the rest of this season with this really talented Texas Longhorns team?
Yeah, just enjoying more games with the guys. It's been a blast so far.
Congratulations, great win.
All right, thank you, Leanza. Appreciate that. Ty, final thoughts to wrap up our coverage here.
Man, opening weekend. What a great weekend. Great teams, great venue. College baseball is here. That's what I take away from it. And some great players, great performances, and a lot of fun.
That is going to wrap up our coverage this weekend of opening weekend from Arlington, Texas. The Longhorns, your 2025 Shriners Children's College Showdown champions. They go 2-1. Oklahoma State going 1-2 to kick off their season here in Arlington. For our entire Flow College crew and for Ty Harrington, I'm Grant Freeman saying good night from Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas.